Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh yeah, we will. Turn and burn, baby. Today, featured stories are Fox Soul Scumbags on Scott Adams, and we'll take a final look at the Hotep Jesus versus Scott Adams as well during the featured story segment of The Gathering. Go free lesson of the day. We're going to be covering Fuentes' views of last week on Hollywood and how it stacks up against what we teach here in service to white well-being. Your comments, calls, and questions, and then there's this. Glenn Beck goes to the doctor with a complaint. Doctor, says Glenn, I have a severe pain in my rear. The doctor replies. What specific part of your rear? Right around the entrance, says Glenn. Ah, shouts the doctor. That's the problem. It's an exit. And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It's a wonderful, it's a glorious, it's a splendid, it is a magnificent day in the once great state of Virginia. Literally mid-60s Fahrenheit. The flowers and the trees are beginning to bloom as things wake up across the countryside. So exciting to be here with you all. It is 5 p.m. here in that once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. We're ready to go free. We are ready to take this message to reach every person across the globe, to open their eyes, to free them from anti-whiteism, and thereby to recapture our very own destiny. And we're starting it, we're doing it, and we're going to keep doing it right here in service to white well-being. Great to see every single one of you across the numerous platforms that we are streaming to right now. You may financially gift, as you know, across these platforms. You can begin with Odyssey, where you can financially gift in their cryptocurrency or cash money. You can also head on over to D Live, where you can financially gift in their cryptocurrency. You could head on over to Entropy, which is up and running, and you can financially gift there at a cost of 15% to you. And those people need it. They deserve it. You also have a question widget over there, also known as our Tall Kevin widget. And you can write your question or comment in there, and it will never scroll away. You can finally head on over to Cash App. All of these are in the description below to financially gift on that app, and that will be at no cost to you or me. So it is great to be here. Everybody who is financially gifting will have their question or comment read over the course of this gathering. And if you would like to comment otherwise with a question or a thought that you had about what we're doing or something you would like us to cover, please tag me as No White Guilt. You can tag me as No White Guilt. What's that? Tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see it because it will turn bright orange. Do that across the platforms, and I will speak to whatever comment, concern, question you may have or topic you may like us to cover. You may also financially gift in cryptocurrency. You can do that at Cash App as well as Cash Dollars, or you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. You will find the financial gift tab. You will click that tab. You will go down. You will see the wallets we use. You can use those wallets to financially gift. You have Ethereum, you have Bitcoin, you have some of the other big ones, or you will see, if you so desire, to snail mail me the address at which you can send your mail. I see Nationalism TV is here. I see the great Franklin Elaine Sabatino is with us. But as you all know, it's the beginning of the month. So the very first thing we do as part of swashbuckling announcements before we get into that very first story, which, of course, is these foul, very foul people over there. Fox paying for these kinds of things. It is disgusting. But we will head on over to celebrate our honors roll call members, and we begin celebrating those individuals with the all-stars. I'm going to run through the names quickly here. Make sure you get out your 07s, your 007s, your raucous emojis, your diamonds. Sprinkle the diamonds across there. We begin with the very top, and that is Promethean Healing at the top of the all-stars. And then still in the all-stars list, we have Joseph is over there. The great Final Blossom is over there as well. And we have Harith Mother is over there. And we have No White Guilt. Calypse is in the all-stars of the honors roll call as well. And then to continue with the rest of the honors roll call, we have Michigan Wave, Happy Cats, Brad C., King Petrus, Wingit is over there. So is Bill. Tamara is over there. Starshine Girl, thank you so much. User 15BB, user 5E44, Mavrant, Zenazak, Mr. Walker, Greg, GDA is over there. George is there. All Star is there. And we have rounding out. Let me do this. It went back on me, but we can fix it. There we go. Rounding out the end of this list of the honors roll call that had begun with the All-Stars, we have the European is with us. WK Hendrickson, Max, a million, and WRM 10 90. All of these individuals are financially gifting on platforms that you too can financially gift on monthly without giving a single thought to it. Look down into the description. You will find these platforms. God bless every single one of these noble, heroic warriors. We love you all. Thank you so very much. If you are one of these individuals, if you are on this list, but you did not hear your name read today, reach out to me so that on the platform that you're doing so, and we can straighten things out, and we will be able to celebrate you then to the high heavens. And we're going to continue with the celebration. And thank you all who are celebrating these champions. We're going to continue with the swashbuckling announcements, and you all are going to be very excited for all of these swashbuckling announcements. We are approaching the 25th of this month, 20 more days, and there we have the conference. So if you are going to want to participate in that conference, make sure you stay around to the announcements that we have, and we'll be reading later. Again, we'll go over this a little bit more thoroughly later in the gathering. Check it out. We'd like to see you there. Let's get out some crowns, some 07s for the great Mark Dice, the one and only king, who is producing content like you wouldn't believe. Celebrate this champion, he says in this recent video titled, They Are Finally Starting to Talk About It. He aggressively pushes for the use of anti-whiteism. And on his Telegram, he does the same. He follows it up with a very long Telegram post. Anti-whiteism, the man is a king. God bless him, a true champion. And thank him big time. Thank him for his service against anti-whiteism, the great evil of this age. I want to thank some individuals who are regularly in his live chat communicating with him. We have the great JK160, the great Elaine Sabatino, Papa J Magic, and everybody else that's over there. Big swashbuckling. This is huge swash. So huge swashbuckling applause to you individuals. God, we love you. Thank you so much for it. God, Mark Dice is amazing. Want to announce this as well, folks. 07s to Victorian time traveler who just started this past week, the FourCornersG.F.C. Victorian time traveler, we have a new Going Free Club. Epic swash is going to be coming out of this Going Free Club. So make sure the email is below that you reach out. If you want to be a part of that, you reach out and you talk with Victorian time traveler. I can't think of anybody better to head up this effort than Victorian time traveler at the FourCornersG.F.C. Another GFC open. We're growing, folks, worldwide. The audio book for Go Free second edition iteration 2 is now available on Kindle, on Audible, on Amazon rather, and on Apple. We'll talk more about it later in the announcements, later in the gathering. It is available. It is for sale. Make sure you spread that information far and wide. We're going to have some big swash out of that. To celebrate here as we get ready to wrap up the swashbuckling announcements and get into Fox Soul and the foul people over at Fox Soul. Big celebration and salutes, swashbuckling salutes for Anders, who has been running and organizing and being a critical part with others of this monthly competition to bring in new champions to the service to white well-being, the Go Free method, and to combat anti-whiteism where it is across the West and around planet Earth. And the winner and runner-up this week, first place, goes to the White Baron, who brought in 16 members to the white well-being community. 16 007s, raucous emojis. Throw him some diamonds. Throw some diamonds out on the floor for this champion, ladies and gentlemen. 16 over the course of 1 month. Second place goes to Northern Dawn. Throw him some diamonds. Some 07s for that champion with an impressive 10-plus members, 10-plus new heroes introduced to our white positive community. All of these people have been already given the first edition of Go Free, and they've been vetted by Mr. V's vetting. I believe it is unbelievable. 30 folks plus introduced to white well-being. God bless everybody taking a part in that. You are true champions. And these two, my God, how epic is that? Personally, I'm saluting you. God damn, it's awesome to be alive and fighting for white well-being. And I'm going to tell you how awesome it is right now, because we're going to read this very short email that I received from Axe, from a man named Axe. And then we're going to get into our first story. Axe writes this: I have been a longtime viewer, but loved your stream February 26, especially the part about the brother rejecting the mother's son for being genetically inferior parable. The message that anti-whiteism began with ethno-nationalism between the different European nations is a powerful truth that cannot be overstated. I struggle with being drawn to villainy because I feel I do not have much to lose at 38. I truly do want to find a way out. I do want to love instead of hate. I want peace instead of chaos. And when I hear Jason talk about his father that was gunned down by an effing dog, it makes me want to understand the path he sees forward, because I know that he must want an end to anti-whiteism as badly as I do, probably more so. Because of what you, Jason, have been through, and many streams of very thoughtful arguments and well-taken points, I had to order the book today. I am looking forward to reading it thoroughly. I hope that your movement and lexicon grows as much as possible, and wish you all the success in the world. Big 07s to Axe. God bless you. What a testimonial. 20 seconds, and we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for some fun? Let's go ahead and bring this up right now, and we will get started on this very foul people, I say. This is Dilbert Creator showing his true colors. TGIF, Fox Soul. Unbelievable. Fox would never have somebody like me on, but they will pay for this sort of thing. They will enrich these people. All right, let's see. Where do we have it? I see that it's hiding for some reason on here. Where are you? There we go. Bing. Let's blow that up. This is the host. What's her name? Claudia. Well, we're going to find out some things about Claudia. I see Victorian time traveler is with us. Southern Bloom, great to see you, sister. Deranged left-wingers, great to see you. Batman. There's Yiz the Unifier. Wonderful to see you. W and WG Paradigm. God bless you all. Wonderful to see you all. Has anybody seen this? Has anybody seen this outrage? Let us go ahead and begin. And this is on YouTube. This is YouTube.
In dumb cracker news, let me get.
That's how she starts off. I'm not even going to say that. In dumb saltine news is how this foul anti-white begins the show. And somehow they stay. I wonder why. I wonder why it is. Could it be that they're anti-white? Is that why they're able to stay? Is that why they're not kicked off of YouTube? This is the thing. And you saw this happening with Daily Wire, revealed by Crowder, that Daily Wire makes deals with big tech that will allow, big tech being all anti-white, that will allow them to say a little bit more than what would get an independent content creator banned, so that the masses of people end up going to get Daily Wire's news so that they can soak up all of that energy, all of that money. Meanwhile, the small independent content creators are given strikes and kicked off of YouTube altogether, and the other big media platforms, obviously, Facebook as well. And this is what happens. This is what they're doing. So Fox News is obviously going to get a break. If I were to start a video, a live stream with that sort of a thing, those exact words, the anti-whites at YouTube would give me a strike for using a racial epithet. Don't say to yourself, it's a misunderstanding if you say to yourself, no, they wouldn't, because you're defaming white people. You're not understanding this at all if you think that's what would happen. You cannot defame any race. They're looking for any reason to give you a strike and to kick you off, to silence you. Now, they don't need a reason, but they will take any reason. Does that make sense? If you become big enough of a problem, they will censor you. If you imitate their villain in their narrative closely enough, it doesn't matter how wrong-headed your suggestions are for resisting anti-whiteism, they will censor you. So don't make the error that so many make about they censor the ones that can harm them. Please stop repeating that. It's one of these sort of aphorisms that are for, I don't know, the bovine. It's not for thinking people. This whole idea of, well, if you're taking flack, you're over the target. No, that's not true. That's a midwit take. If you're taking flack, the only thing you can accurately say is that you are in front of someone's guns. So you have to be, this is why we have lost, because we have allowed people who are not the very best intellectually to be in charge. So I had to say that to get this started. She could say that, but we can't.
Get into this. A recent episode of Real Coffee with Scott Adams.
Look at how much makeup she's got on. Oh my God. This is like the dipstick, right? How are you gonna check? She got more paint on her face than the Sistine Chapel. What's wrong? What's underneath all that paint, honey? Come on, Claudia. What's underneath all that paint?
Podcast, pro-Trump Dilbert creator Scott Adams.
That's the right amount of makeup. If you're trying to kill Batman,
told white people to get the hell away from black people.
Woo.
Take a look.
If nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group.
All right, let me stop right there. Did you hear the stipulation? Remember, I told you all, unlike everybody else, all the other content creators who got it wrong, when we watched this, I said, listen to what he just said.
Say, hey, are not okay with white people. If nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me.
Okay. If that's a stipulation, and I knew he was going to use that, and he did the next day. But he clearly said, if. Again, he's talking here about something that everyone knows and everybody talks about, that certain neighborhoods, certain communities are more violent. And you can look at the stats. Everybody knows this. That's why he and the others, that's why the heads of Black Lives Matter live where they live. Everybody knows this. So was never a scenario where it's like they're waking up. They're finally seeing. They're finally saying that. No, it was never that. How is it that people have such a bad understanding of their reality? So he says here, if this poll is true, he set it up as the fulcrum. I'm going to go back the other direction because I've determined the poll is not true. That's exactly what he did a day later after I told you all that was going to happen. Now I'll show you where he made his error.
According to this poll, that's a hate group.
So, according to the poll, if that is true, it's a hate group. So all you have to say there is the poll is flawed.
A hate group.
Now here's where he makes his error.
And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people.
What did he need to do right then? He needed to use the stipulation again. He needed to say, if XYZ, if the poll is correct, white people should. He didn't do that. As a consequence, it sounds like he has accepted the veracity and accuracy of the poll. That's why his contracts are being cut and were cut.
Is to get the hell away from black people.
The colonizers that invade every dark country and steal.
Okay. So now she's referred to white people, and you can say it like this. She's referred to white people as a colonizer, which is an anti-white slur, cracker, which is an anti-white slur. Right at the beginning, Fox is paying for this. Do you see how they're setting up? In the generations to come, and those who are still in their teens now, this will be their world. That you can go to the Fox, the edgy Fox, if you will, and you could go to edgy Big Con, if you will, to get the take of the other side. When really what you're getting there is very controlled opposition. Do you see how this is being set up? You can see this now. You don't, if you're with me, you don't have to wait for 10 years and then say, we've looked back, and have somebody like a Greg or whoever, Jared Taylor, look back and say, well, you can see here how they actually implemented XYZ, and you can see who was behind all of that. No, I'm telling you right now as it's happening. Okay? So here she uses 2 anti-white slurs right in the very beginning. She hasn't talked for 15 seconds.
From and commit the most atrocious acts in history.
Okay. The white race, according to this anti-white pig with her face paint on, has committed the worst acts in history. This is inside the anti-white narrative. That is true inside the anti-white narrative. You can't defeat these claims. As superficial and vapid as the claims are, you can't defeat them inside the anti-white narrative. Why do I say you can't defeat them? Well, if you could go down this circuitous road about how, well, let me tell you some of the history of Bolivia, and let me tell you some of the history of the continent of Africa, and let me tell you, and 2 seconds into that, the audience has decided to write you off with your soporific nonsense. They're moving on. That is how the human animal works. So you have to be outside of this. You have to be able to point out that this is an anti-white narrative, that it's artificial, that it's anti-white, that she is anti-white. That is your basis.
Audacity to say, stay away from black people now. Oh, y'all done took all of our stuff. Okay, well, Adams.
We took all of their stuff. Again, inside the anti-white narrative. Inside the anti-white narrative, that's true. The white race stole the United States from blacks and American Indians, I guess. Well, I guess just any non-whites. We stole Canada from American Indians. And probably now that it's getting populated by Chinese, it'll be we stole Canada from the Asians. We stole all of these countries, and even throughout Europe, you stole it from. They're going back, they're rewriting all of that, white erasing our history. That is true. It doesn't matter that there was nothing. It doesn't matter that you could look to South Africa. Our once great country of South Africa is a great example. There was nothing, and then there was Western civilization. Well, you stole Western civilization from us, but it wasn't here. So you've got to get out of the anti-white narrative. This is a brainwashed cow. and she's benefiting from it. She wouldn't have a TV show making whatever they're paying her. She wouldn't have that if there wasn't anti-whiteism. There wouldn't be such a thing to attack white people as Fox Soul. Healthy black people who are not anti-white would produce media for both black people, maybe just focused on black people, their own people, and media for other people. You'd be able to consume that if you wanted to consume that, if it was available in your area. That's what there would be out there if there wasn't anti-whiteism. But since there's anti-whiteism, only anti-white black people are going to be put in your face, and they're going to get paid big.
It was also sarcastically noted, I've been identifying as black for a while because I like to be on the...
I want to point out, too, listen to the absolute vitriolic, demonic hatred that this woman and the other two, these two guys that she'll introduce in a moment, they're both yes ma'ams. A couple of yes ma'ams. And just look at how much they hate white people. What did I say about Scott Adams? What did I say about what his problem was and how accurate I was in assessing that? That his deal was that things were becoming difficult for anti-white white people. They're not needed anymore, or needed as much to destroy Western civilization. They don't need anti-white white people as much. So you have all of these white people, rabid individualistic anti-white white people who have personally benefited and profited in numerous ways, financially, intellectual aggrandizement, sexually. They've profited in many ways from being anti-white over the years. In some of those ways, like right now, for Scott Adams, what it might mean is that there's a golf club or there's a restaurant or whatever other kind of club there might be that he might frequent or go to occasionally. Whatever kind of get-together, it might even be a bookstore where he goes, and they laud him as this like white savior of the non-white peoples because he is there to victimize his race, sacrifice his race to show how good he is. And they applauded that. Thank you for that. You're a great savior. Wait, now they don't give a shit so much anymore. Now they're just like, get out of here, white guy. You're just one of the white guys. And so this guy, Adams, has been increasingly, I guarantee it's been at least 5 years, maybe more. This has been building up. Instead of being applauded at these places he went to, they're like, no, just please sit in the back. We don't need you anymore. And so it's not working for him. And he's been getting irritated by it, pissed off by it.
Winning team. And I like to help. I always thought if you help the black community, that's sort of the biggest lever you could ever find the biggest benefit. You could find the biggest benefit. Adam said he is now going to re-identify as whites because he doesn't want to be a member of a...
She can't even say it.
I can't even read you don't want to be a member of a hate group when your people have colonized and killed and raped and murdered and tortured and separated.
Raped and murdered and tortured and separated. And you'll hear actually when we pick up Hotep Jesus, there's a thread that runs through what she's saying and through what Hotep Jesus is saying, that in the anti-white narrative, what white people are said to be guilty of is what you today and white people moving forward are collectively guilty of. And the equivalent victimization is justified. So watch out for that. It's a very scary thing. You can't continue to approach this in this, oh, it's kind of just a joke, or it's just we'll just start a political party. We'll just keep giving time to things that have only ever harmed Western kind in their effort to recapture our destiny. There's no time for that. This is a very scary reality. They literally think and feel that it's justified to do to us today and to us tomorrow what they fictionalized that we had done, our people had done in the past. Try to try to grapple with that for a moment.
Families and cut babies out of stomachs, your ancestors, but now you don't want to be a part of it.
Cut babies out of stomachs. There's no end. There's no end that they won't go to demonize us, and therefore victimize us. There's just no end to it. The stories will get worse.
So you're gonna read. Okay, got you. So he doesn't want to be a part of a hate group, and he said he accidentally joined with his trollish black identification, whatever the hell he talking about. Q, please say something. Please.
You know what? I find this to be.
I got to stop right here. When I first watched this, I was like, "Holy shit, that's Rudy." That's Rudy grown up. Did anybody watch Fat Albert when you were a kid? I mean, it was forced on the white population in America. We all had to watch Fat Albert. Hey, it's Fat Albert and the Junkyard Gang. And it's Rudy. Tell me if this ain't Rudy grown up. Hold on. Look it. Tell me if this ain't Rudy. That was Rudy. This is Rudy grown up. He was back then. Rudy was a pimp in training in the Junkyard Gang back in the day over there on Fat Albert. There it is. Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids. I thought that was hilarious when I first saw him. That is definitely Rudy, all grown up.
Single most laughable crock of shit coming from somebody with a verifiable history of not even knowing how to bathe until they met an African.
Okay, so here's another one of the anti-white narrative's claims that for the longest time, white people were like, what? That's ridiculous. I'll just laugh it off. And then walked away. And increasingly, that's considered a legitimate claim that white people never bathed. That they were suffering from, I guess, a blutophobia. So you can't just laugh these things off. That's an absolute vicious anti-white slur.
Okay, and you know what's funny? It's the position. It is the white.
We can do this here. We can say, and this can be a way you introduce it to friends, family, and strangers, that could you imagine if a content creator on YouTube claimed that fill in the blank for a non-white group and then say that they never bathed until they met our people? Could you imagine that? The stream would end. The anti-whites they would literally clip the wires, even though it would deliver a fatal shock.
Savior complex and the position of privilege that you're coming back. I tried to help Black people. First and foremost, we don't need your help.
There you go. That's what Scott Adams is hearing now. That is infuriating him. For his whole life, it's worked so well for him to be this savior of non-white people and Blacks in particular. But what we need to focus on is what Scott Adams is really doing, is being this victimizer of the white race. And we talk about this a lot. I talk about it in Crucible. I talk about it on Going Free. Is that white people, especially the wealthier ones, they get status by victimizing the white race. They will be celebrated for victimizing their own people. And that's what Scott Adams has done his whole life. And that he admitted to in this. I got a lot of people writing me saying they never knew that about him. You know, they check in every now and again. So this is a good thing that Adams did this to himself. A really good thing.
That's the first thing, right? You miss me with the white savior complex. And part two, you're being flippant and think you're being funny. But quite honestly, I actually agree with you. I actually think majority of y'all, especially the ones that think like you, should actually stay the hell away from Black people. You'd actually be doing.
Don't be careful about what you ask for, buddy. Be careful about what you ask for.
Doing us a favor, because to your point, Claudia, nothing.
He's like, can somebody get Rudy? Rudy always came in on on the scene. Most of the episodes were kind of had, or many of the episodes had something to do with him. He came in and he was like this pimp in training. They had him dress up like a pimp in training, had like alligator shoes on and everything. He'd show up and he'd have some kind of a moral quandary, and they'd resolve it. Fat Albert would hop up on the scene, hey, and he would resolve it. And sometimes Rudy would learn from it, but I don't think Rudy's learned. That was totally him just then.
Good has ever come to anybody who has melanated skin when they've come into the company of white people. To be quite honest, and I don't mean for this to sound racist, I think that individually,
No, it's not racist. It's anti-white. We know what it is. It's anti-whiteism.
there are certain white people that are great, but
I think there are certain white people that are great. I'll allow some of them. Those certain ones are the anti-white white people. Those we allow. No, it's been that way for a long time, pal. Come on, Rudy. It's been that way a long time.
collectively with your white superiority complex and
Your white superiority. You got your white superiority complex. More anti-whiteism. More of the reason why you cannot be in the anti-white narrative. I figured this shit out a long time ago. Thank God so many of you were on the same track or discovered us. God bless every single one of you, because we're running out of time. Trust me.
supremacy. Collectively, y'all ain't shit.
Go on, Rudy. Go on. Tell the whitey. Tell off the whitey, Rudy. Collectively, y'all ain't shit. Uh-huh. A more hollow statement has never been made by Rudy.
You know what I'm saying? And you'd actually be doing us a favor if you did stay away, i.e. Rosewood, i.e.
Ooh.
Tulsa,
Oh.
i.e. redlining.
Oh, look at that. Fox is on there. They're like, hey, check out our Fox Soul. Make sure you click the bell so you can find out when we're going to hate on Whitey over here, Fox. Because this is Fox Edge. This is Fox on the edge of the precipice, falling to its death. That's what it is. This is Fox News. Fox. This is new Fox. We the new Fox. Oh, my God. I just got a better name. They need to drop Fox Soul, and they need to go with Ghetto Fox.
And the list goes on and on and on. White people have the most barbaric, verifiable history of.
Oh, what a commercial.
Hansel was able to win
Shut
any
up.
competition she took part in.
Shut up.
She was known as the contest queen.
Any people.
Making money over there, of course. The most barbaric history of any people, verifiable. Where did you just hear that in a review that I did? What content creator was saying, how dare these conservatives, and these are really milquetoast people that he was talking about, right? How dare they say the things that they're saying, stand up for white people, when it is, their statements are an affront to history, pointing to the official history. Rudy here doesn't even know that the system is for him. It's for victimizing white people, and he is a collateral recipient of all of the damage and things being stolen from the white race. If you said the name Lucas, you're right, because that's the exact same thing that Lucas was doing. Do you see how it all ties together? Do you see how I can tie together? Do you know why that is? Because my brain just magically does it without me having even to try. So let's make use of it and take back our destiny.
People on this continent. So, sir, while you think that you're being funny and you're hurting our feelings, I could guarantee you most Black people will probably side with the fact that y'all probably should stay the fuck away.
Sorry for the language. Apparently, they can get away with that over at Fox. It represents Fox. I mean, isn't Fox pushing Roseanne Barr? Who in their God, on what day of your life would you want to hear that fat, nasty, and now I guess she's deflating, losing weight, nasty, shrill, unbelievably shrill, cantankerous bitch? Who would want to listen to that? She is the epitome of the awful nagging wife. Every time she opens her mouth, you could be dying of being envenomated by a snake, and she could have the remedy, but you wouldn't want to get it from her, because the moment she would start to talk to you, you would want to be dead. And that's what Fox is going to push, or is pushing.
Al, before you say, I'm sure you're very intelligent and brilliant thing. Let me add, because I'm feeling ignorant right now. I'm sure you're very intelligent and brilliant thing. Let me add.
It was that what it was. It was intelligent and brilliant.
Because I'm feeling ignorant right now.
Oh,
feeling ignorant. This old
Look at
bitch
this one over here.
Little dick energy.
Oh, little dick energy. Talking about Scott Adams, he's got little dick energy. Boy, she's got really elevated in thinking. When it always goes to like sex and potty humor. It's always like always. It's got to go there for some folks. Tells us a lot. But look at this guy. Look at this guy on the left. Did his sweater, or is his sweater eating his face? Or or was he in blacker face and got rained on the way into the studio? Look at this.
Having guy is showing he's obsessed with us. Now, you're a cartoonist for many, many decades, okay? And you've just recently introduced your first Black character into your little whack-ass cartoon. Dilbert was the one I would skip over because it was so corny and so mayonnaise-esque, okay?
Oh, wow. More anti-white slurs over there. Fox is vile. And think about all of the good, ordinary folks of all races, but in particular, our brothers and sisters out there who, in their absolute benighted ignorance, watch Fox News as the alternative to everything else. Think about that.
And you only did it to mock Black people, right?
And the LGBT community.
Yeah. LGBTQ community and the woke community. That's what you did. So we know what you're about. So miss me with the bullshit that you've been trying to help us for so long. And thank you. We should master. Thank you so much. We so appreciate you putting us in that here.
She should not do the slave sort of bit while she's wearing so many chains. It's not a good look.
Cartoon of yours. Like, we are so grateful. Fuck you. Like, seriously, fuck you. I'm so...
She sounds like a real beauty, you know, to have as... even as a neighbor at the end of the street, much less in a relationship with.
Look at it. Like, you have not fucked with Black people ever, and then you got... This is the most attention you've ever got, because who the hell reads Dilbert A? B? Right, honestly, this is the most attention Dilbert has ever gotten in 35 years. And secondly, the audacity. This is the most attention you've ever got. Because
look at this right there. What is it? What does he look like now over there on the right? Anybody got any guesses?
Who the hell reads Dilbert A?
It's a Down syndrome Tiger Woods.
A, B. Right, honestly, this is the most attention Dilbert has ever gotten in 35 years. And secondly, the audacity to pretend that you're...
Oh, that's obviously actually just false. I think... most people have heard of Dilbert, and whether they read the cartoons in the paper or not, they know what it is. And many people know that Scott Adams is the creator, whether they are interested or not. I even knew that, and I have no interest in him or the cartoon.
You really was trying to help us. Your history has shown us what you really think about us. And of course, all white people are not evil.
Oh, of course, all white people are not evil. There are anti-white white people out there. And those are the good ones.
But people like you sure do make it
you could take this woman to the weave shop, to the expensive, Decay jewelers, to wherever she gets this outfit she has on. And the great makeup that's provided, I wonder by what companies and how they invented the makeup and all. You could take all that, you could throw it on her, but you still can't take the hood out of her. Did you hear the accent come out there a moment ago?
Easy argument to say you're pretty barbaric and pretty fucking whack. Go ahead, Al. I'm sorry. I had to get the cussing out the way because I don't want to dirty up your part.
No, listen, you guys pretty much cleaned this whole conversation. You know what's so interesting, Claudia? At one time when he was in over 65 different countries and published in 22 different languages in all of the newspapers in America, he wasn't so racially divisive at that time. But ever since Lee Enterprise dropped him back in 2020, and 77 newspapers kicked his comic strip off of their newspaper, he's just become who he really is, which is this person who wants to be segregated and who's racist. And let me tell you something.
This is such a lesson, I hope, in so many different ways. There's so many lessons to draw from this. But you could see how quickly that anti-whites, and that's what's relevant here, is that these people are anti-white. God damn it, I will drive this home, even if I have to die doing it. It is not based on race. Our problem is not based on race. Our problem is based on anti-whiteism. There are good black people. They're not on the show, all right? They're good people from all groups. And all of these anti-whites of all groups turned on one of their own, Scott Adams, in an instant, because he threw a tantrum during a show, just a minor one, gave himself a way out that he was going to take. He was going to reverse course, clarify, as I pointed out, but because maybe he had a little bit of a misstep, he didn't use the stipulation again, where he said his recommendation for, he should have said, if this, then that, he would have been fine. But because he didn't, and because anti-whites in general don't need white people white anti-whites to occupy these prestigious heights anymore in the anti-white movement. Now, don't come away from this with the midwit or the uber midwit take, which is that, well, if they're sacrificing if anti-whites are sacrificing white people now, then anti-whiteism must not be a white thing. That is to have a midwit IQ level. There are examples throughout history, and you can also just use your brain and reason and logic to understand that a group can get started, a group can form and change and evolve. And when you start off with, so if you started off with an ideology that said, a cult mindset ideology, that's what anti-whiteism is, that says that anybody who is fat is ridiculed and pushed out of society. Well, at first, there are going to be participants in the anti-fat crowd that are going to be all sizes, except for the people that they were saying are the biggest, the most obese, the most orbicular. Please follow this. They push them out they demonize them. They harm them. They discriminate against them. They persecute them. Okay? The most orbicular. And let's just say, for the example, you can't lose weight. This is it. This is your size. Over time, as that ideology is pushed to greater and greater extremes to preserve itself, to preserve the revolution, people who are less and less fat are taken up as the bad ones. So when they started off with, and again, there's not really a start period, so that's actually kind of to mislead. But at different points, all white people were not the problem, because they said if you're white and anti-white, then you're one of the good guys. And it continued to march, especially if you were a white woman. You were one of the good guys in the anti-white narrative. But increasingly, when you have that set up and what you're born as, you can't change. When that is the meat of your ideology, at some point, as it gets purer and purer, then it's going to include you. You are going to be part of the demonized group, no matter how anti-white you are. So this is what's happening to white females in general and anti-white white people at all levels. And for a lot of the white anti-whites, they're happy to take the back seat. They're happy to sit down and shut up. They're happy to attack other whites like Scott Adams for any variation whatsoever of anti-whiteism or from anti-whiteism, because they've never profited from it in a big way anyhow. They're doing it as a survival. They feel that they would have even less. But there are a lot of white anti-whites out there, a lot of them that are just like Scott Adams. They pay, they villainy signal, they discriminate against their own people as much as possible. And they're beginning to feel this pressure.
I like it, actually, when someone shows me their true self. It lets me know exactly where to put you, and that is in that lane over there with the rest of the racists. So I like this, that he's coming forward, because we're able to put a face and a name to these racial undertones.
And let me point out that these three are, they're educated, they're nicely dressed, they have plenty money, more than me, I'm sure, much more than me, I'm sure. They got plenty of money, they're nicely dressed. They're not like standing on a street corner like throwing gang symbols. This is displacing, by way of white erasure, white Western norms. This mentality and this whole new artificially created as a consequence of anti-whiteism, this class of people that think that you deserve equivalent victimization as the white people that are fictionalized, who were cutting babies out of stomachs. What does that mean for you, for God's sake? Take your heads out of your asses if you're continuing to think that it's going to be a political party, or it's going to be violence, or it's going to be one of these other vehicles that anti-whiteism has already defeated. There's no more time for this.
That have these incredible platforms to influence, like his comic strip. Hey, we know what to think about him and where to put him now. So we see you, Mr. Scott Adams.
The best way to burn fat and get in shape. It's not keto with paleo fasting or vegan, and it's not super
Adams, and best believe you should beware.
Darren Johnson in the chat says, "Why did
you should beware?" So they're coming to punish you because you're not anti-white enough. And also, I mean, this is the exact same treatment you see of non-white people who are not anti-white enough.
does he look like a Simpsons character come to life?"
Damn.
What? Real quick, I know we got to move on to the next story, but why is it still like?
Isn't it interesting how a lot of these like rabid anti-white black activists have massive amount of white genetics in them? Isn't that something? I mean, this woman, how black really is she? I think only Rudy on this panel qualifies.
Like innately, right? All studies show that life originated in the melanated continent of Africa, and then it went out. Okay, it went out.
Okay, so that's part of the anti-white narrative. If you feel the urge to debate where life started or what, you've lost. Drop that urge, get out of their narrative. You can't win there. We've been doing that since long before you were alive. And look at everything's getting worse and worse. Stop doing the same shit.
Right? The hatred that is still there.
So I don't know what the point she's making there, that life originated in Africa and therefore everything in Africa is superior. And since you left Africa, you're inferior. Get some respect, damn it. I mean, what's the argument there? Bow down, damn it. You left Africa.
But this is low vibrational, but for these white men, right? Is it really about penis size?
All right, that's where she gets like profane. So we're gonna always with people when they get profane like this, when they get profane like that, the reason they do that is because they personally, like Claudia personally, feels inferior to white people. And who knows why? I don't care why. But she just revealed to me that she feels inferior to white people because she has to go to something that you can't see, you can't know, and claim superiority. Because in her mind, the things you can look at in the world and you can see, she believes that is what she identifies with is inferior to. So anytime you're having a conversation with anybody and they want to talk about something that's invisible and say that they are superior in that invisible state, you know they are sharing with you their feelings, their deepest, darkest feelings of inferiority.
No, you can pray so good, Claudia.
I'm motivated. I'm sick of it. All right, y'all. Listen, I got a headache. God, I was just praying.
That's God striking her.
Look
Look at this one on the left, giggling. Just this whole show, he's been giggling like he's a superintendent of education in D.C. looking at test scores. He just doesn't shut up.
For playing with the Lord.
Look at both these yes ma'ams. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And wasting prayers, and wasting God's time. Okay?
I just want them to stop. I just want them to stop.
But we all know exploiting Black outrage is the new revenue stream.
That's another meme pathogen. So complaining about Black people at all, so a Black individual doing something objectionable, that to complain about it is to exploit their outrage. Total meme pathogen. So therefore, if you're white, you could never complain about somebody if that individual or that group of individuals happens to be Black, because then that's exploiting their outrage.
Dream for everybody, and that's what this is. Like, to be honest with you, that man don't believe half the shit that came out his damn mouth. It's just attention-seeking behavior. Black outrage is the new revenue stream.
That's right.
All right, that's it for them. What did y'all think? Let me see what you're saying, and we'll get on to the next. Let's see if I can find it. And we'll keep this rolling. There we go. All right, what are y'all saying? Your Yankee is here. Hey, sister, how are you? Excellent show thus far, says Batman. Cool, Papa J Magic. Hey, Mercer. Sam is here. Let me scroll back quickly. I knew I saw some tags. Mind Over Magic laughing at something. Jason, at least Rudy is being honest about telling us we should stay the F away. Escape is here. Mrs. Jess Horse, great to see you. Matt is here. The great Dean Danger, Brand Danger, and Fornall are both present. Lunder is here. White Wellbeing Kitchen says, that's why I do not feel sorry for Scott Adams. Oh, I don't feel sorry. No one should feel sorry for Scott Adams. He's a rabid anti-white, and he's been an anti-white by his own words his whole life. He only complained recently that anybody in the white sympathetic sphere likes Adams because he had a negative opinion about Black people is retarded. You should not like somebody because they have a negative opinion of another group. But he doesn't have the negative opinion beyond being in a bad mood because he's not being celebrated by anti-whites anymore. That's all there is to it. Griffin is here. Art Acrobats is here. Great to see you. Lily is here. Hello there, sister. Crystal is here. Hello to you. Triple fives. Wonderful to see you. Axum. Real high class woman. Yeah, Claudia is real high class. Elaine Sabatino says, did you see how Greg Gutless had Jeebus Hotep on his program? Fox is promoting black content creators who think white men should be the only ones who should pay taxes. I did not see that. So you're talking about Gutfeld, Greg Gutfeld, the guy who is as boring as an individual. He's the least funny person I've ever seen, and they gave him a comedy show. It's practically the Gutfeld network now. So they're platforming these folks. What a surprise. Wellbeing Kitchen says that Claudia was trying to compare us to Scott Adams, and there's no similarity. Yeah, there's no similarity. We have the great Jerome V is with us, and he says it's such a lesson. It really is. Are you familiar with a book titled Bell Curve? Yes, I read that a long time ago, when way back in the day. Gosh. The difference, though, and this is one of the big arguments I've been making over the years, because so many people in the white sympathetic sphere have said, oh, the difference between the races or among the races is IQ. And that's why in some places you get this kind of civilization and that places. And so it's more advanced, less advanced. That's not the difference. Intelligence is not the defining difference. Instinct is. But you know what the problem was? In the white sympathetic sphere, in their academics peacock circles, it was like, well, who has the most credentials? And then that's just going to be who we go with. Instead of the scientific method of who can make the best argument, what makes the most sense, what's most logical, what is demonstrable. No, it's just what guy. And how many times do you have to hear from the officials that outright lie to you for their self-interest? I mean, doctors across the United States, doctors across Europe are incentivized by drug companies for forcing medicines or getting medicines to their customers. And then those medicines end up in the public. Now look into that for yourself to see if it's true. Maybe I'm wrong. The ear is against the door. It might also be just my opinion. But nobody who is an official or credentialed or whatever is automatically angelic, and their deduction is automatically correct. I mean, for the love of God, I'm not saying that you were saying that. I'm just saying that this is an argument I've had all along. The reality is that when a white person gets to the Asian average IQ of 104 or 106, whatever it is, they suddenly don't become Asian. Isn't that something? And when white people have an average IQ of one of the groups that they say have average IQs lower than the Western kind, remember the ear is against the door, they don't suddenly become that group ever. The difference, as I've been arguing all along, and I'm right, is instinct. If Western kind had an average IQ of 90, which I believe that's where we're headed, because you just look out and you see how dumb nobody can make argument after argument. I can make it as simple as can be. And people are still like, no, I think I'm going to stick with this over here. Doesn't make sense. So if we had an average IQ of 90 or 85, our instincts the same, we'd still produce Western civilization. It just wouldn't be advanced. It would just take much longer for it to advance, for discoveries and inventions, etc., to build up over time. Maybe it would never be able to get to as complex, but who knows? Because we're just in the laboratory of the mind there. The difference is instinct. That's it. That's the main difference. And that's my opinion, of course, because the ear is against the door. And I understand that the human species is one race. I understand that. The ear is against the door. Alex is here. Great to see you. Mind Over Magic says, have you considered sending Scott Adams a copy of Going Free? No. I mean, he is not almost about to care about white people. This is a lifelong anti-white POS. And he's just throwing a tantrum because what has always worked, shitting on the white race, is not working for him anymore. Now they're like, you're a white guy. I don't care how anti-white you are. Sit down and shut up. And he's like, well, wait a second. My whole life I've been able to be applauded by you people. All you anti-whites out there, my whole life. And now you're telling me to sit down and shut up? All right. And finally, we're going to continue. Scott Adams, a great example how it's career suicide to name specific groups of people. It's suicide to not be. Let me read the rest of what you have here. I wonder if it would have been the case if he instead called out anti-whiteism and anti-whites. No. If he had said, just like you at work, I mean, everybody's just got to be serious and stop being, just like all of us at work, all of us in any social setting. If you say anti-whiteism is insane these days, white people are discriminated against everywhere. Everybody knows that. That's something everybody experiences in their lived experience. So if you say what everybody can see, and it's obvious that it's out there, they can make arguments, and the more radical anti-whites would make arguments against you. It should be that way, the most radical anti-whites would say. But what would they be lacking when they make their arguments? They'd be lacking the moral imperative, the anti-white moral imperative of the body of people behind them to fill those argument sails and push that ship out to sea. So they wouldn't get anywhere relative to crossing the line into being the villain in the anti-white narrative, which links back to what I was saying earlier, that if you play their villain, they'll censor you. Playing their villain doesn't mean that you are on the track to ending their domination. And why would it? I mean, seriously, why would what they present as the villain in their narrative perforce be what would conquer them? Intelligence dictates that you want to send your opposition, in this case, the victims of anti-whites, in the wrong direction in their own defense. Am I the only person? I mean, there's so many folks out there that have massive audiences. I mean, just colossal audiences. And nobody seems to get this. Getting censored does not mean you're right. Getting censored does not mean, not in any way, shape, or form. What Adams did here, so in other words, if you take that logic of, well, you're getting catching flack, you're over the target. If you're getting censored, you're doing the thing that will succeed. Then the thing that will succeed is talking about the warts of the black race. Seriously? I know that people who live in very shitty places, not because they just had bad experiences in life and they ended up there, but because they're dumb as all hell. I know that they would buy into that, but thinking people don't buy into that. Socially mature people and socially maturing people don't buy into something that is so patently false. So if Adams were to say, but he wouldn't say, if he were to say anti-whiteism is run amok and white people are being victimized everywhere, for the most part, big anti-whites would want to ignore it and kill it with silence. They don't want white people hearing that. They don't want white people knowing. They don't want white people feeling that it's normal to say that. They want white people to continue to feel that it is immoral to speak out against the victimization of white people. It is the reason that white people thinking it immoral to speak out against our victimization. That's the reason why so many white people in like the conservative America, etc., will say that, oh, I don't see race. I'm unable to see color, while they're being victimized on the basis of race, while the people attacking them are naming our race. These white people will still say, oh, I'm not able to see color. And the reason why is because in the anti-white narrative in which they live, identifying the victimization of white people is immoral. So if Adams were going to be normalizing identifying that victimization, anti-whites would want to kill it. They wouldn't have said, I think they probably would have said nothing at all about it. Now, there would have been individual anti-whites that would have radical, really fanatics that would have came forward and made arguments against him, obviously, but it wouldn't have been a story. None of us would have known. The only reason we know is because he walked into the territory of playing the villain. And the other part of that is they don't need these white saviors anymore to victimize Western kind like they used to. If this was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago, they would have grinned and bared it. All right.
Is there any pushback from teaching society that white people are the primary drivers of your pain? Your meaning the Black community. And I would say that you should be aware of both the benefits of what you're doing. That's why you're doing it. But you should also know what the cost is. And part of the cost is how people feel about stuff. Their lived reality, right? So the lived reality of white people, and I'm not allowed to say this, so I'll be canceled tomorrow, is that it feels like the systems, the government, corporations, the media, are slowly creating this demonization narrative about white people, and we're starting to feel it. Like before.
Okay, remember, when we were watching this the first time, I pointed out there, and I'm 100% right, that this was just like young people saying, well, things just got bad in the past 5 years or the past 10 years. And of course, what they're admitting to you is it was that long ago that they began to pay attention. Before then, they were just blissful children wandering through the world. They're like, when's the Easter Bunny coming? Soon. You can have a nice basket. Oh, it's wonderful. And then they look at the world and they're like, holy shit. And that's when they say things got bad. Things got bad for them. And it reminds me of the Benny Hill joke many years ago when he said, for whatever the guy's name was, let's just say it was Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith predicted the world would end in 1980. And for him, it did. So that's exactly what's happening. Now, Scott Adams, when he's saying it's gotten to a point where white people are now suddenly being demonized just in the past couple of years, means Jason was right again, because Jason said for Scott Adams, it's been a number of years that he's not getting the respect and the laudation, the plaudits, the praise, the money, the sex, etc., that he got from victimizing Western kind. When he walked in, they all stood up. Hey, it's one of these white guys that victimizes white people here. That's great. And it's white anti-whites and non-white anti-whites saying that. This is not based on race. It's based on ideology. But over the past so many years, less and less they need Scott Adams. That's what he's talking about right here. Lunder says, spoke to a psychologist last week. Won't go into the reason, but the topic of anti-whiteism came up. I asked her if she knew what anti-whiteism is, and she said, yes. No definition needed. Exactly. Jerome, Scott Adams is a gamma male. He'll never admit he's wrong or willingly learn from another man, especially a man so much smarter than him, like no white guilt. Thank you for that, brother. Jerome has lucid sight. He sees clearly. Mind Over Magic saying that Adams might wake up. You could try to work on him if you want, but I don't think there's a chance in hell. There's no. Here's the thing, like you just used, and I know that you didn't mean it the way that it's generally meant, and that is that a person might wake up to what? The anti-whiteism. Scott Adams is totally aware of it. He's been profiting from it his whole life. So there's no waking up for him to he'll suddenly see what's going on, right? He knows what's going on. He's been identifying as a member of the black race because he knows what's going on. He's been victimizing white people because he knows what's going on. It benefits him until recently, till the past handful of years or so. So there's no, what you're actually talking about, and I know what you probably meant was like a change of heart. And he'll suddenly say, whoa, I've been wrong all along. It's actually been victimizing white people. And that, of course, would be a lie because he knew that it was victimizing white people. He did it to benefit him because he's a rabid individualist, like so many that are his age. So many that are his age. It's just like, well, let me tell you about my insurance issue. And you're like, we were just talking about something completely different. Why do you think I want to hear about your insurance? Because they're rabid individualists. Heidi says Scott Adams knows exactly what he's doing. Mrs. Jez Horse gives fire. We have Heidi says she's just popping in. Great to see you, sister. Sloth says you are right about anti-whites controlling opposition through presenting effective, damaging examples of heresy to anti-whiteism. Thank you very much, good sir. My eyes went deaf. That's a great name. You need to react to, I don't know who that is. I'll have to look that up. What did he say? Aphrodemus? Video titled Racist for Whites to Stay Away from Non-Whites. But I think specifically you're saying that he said from blacks. Brandon is here. Great to see you. Chicolo Shi is here. Hello. Montana Kid. All right, let's continue. Because we're going to have it's going to be a big eye-opening moment here. I don't know much. I don't know anything beyond this next point.
Before it was just silly stuff.
Yeah.
You know, woke people talking. But now you feel it. Mm-hmm. And if you
now he feels it. Can you imagine this arrogant piece of shit saying now the white race is, now you feel it. Now we're feeling it. Now people feel it. White people have come and gone. Their whole lives ruined by anti-whiteism. Lived long lives, even before this guy. But now you feel it. What a selfish piece of shit. I hope the anti-whites destroy him.
Feel it, and it makes you uncomfortable, you should leave. You should get away from it if you can. You know, now again, don't discriminate against individuals. You know, don't violate the Constitution. Don't break the law.
But, and this is not my opinion, but this is what some people have said, and I think this is maybe an MLK quote where if you watch other people suffer, you know, your turn is coming next. You know, something to that effect. And I think that, especially for white conservatives and Republicans, they like to ignore the problems of race. They like to act like they don't exist. You know, they
resist the urge to start talking about your victimization at that moment, because you'll never compete with the lifelong brainwashing of the anti-white narrative in your audience's mind.
They don't want to help generally. They want to play the I don't see color game.
Yeah, they do.
I would put a nuance on that.
But it's when it comes to our victimization, not to yours.
But finish your point.
Okay. And then the liberals are different, where they're like, oh, I'll play this game, but I'm going to play this game because I need to use the black people to push my socialist communist agenda, whatever. So we become pawns in the game. And now we're just a hockey puck on the white man's ice. So when I look at the white folks now and they're saying, oh my God, I'm a victim, I go, well, when black folks were complaining about being a victim, everybody said, oh,
So that was a little sort of like an ignorant, we're just the hockey puck on the white man's eyes. Well, you know, the reality is we're just the pins on the anti-whites bowling alley.
oh, stop being a victim. You have a victim mentality. And now they're like, oh, but you know, we're victims of these violent crimes. There's videos of black kids beating up white kids. And I'm like, well, you didn't care when black folks was getting beat up.
Bam. That's it. That's as far as I had listened. That's it. He just said what I was telling you about anti-whites and anti-whiteism when we were looking at those villains from Fox Soul. That the fictionalized atrocities committed by Western kind is what you deserve today. That equivalent. You didn't care then. Why should we care now? You can't keep pissing around, folks. You can't keep pissing around.
Didn't say anything then. So why should Black America care now?
Why should? Indeed. Remember, what did Claudia say? You were raping, you were pillaging, you were beating, you stole everything from us, you cut babies out of stomachs. And here you have Hotep Jesus telling you, why should we care when that stuff happens to you? That's what you deserve. So if we don't recapture our destiny from these anti-white monsters by the only way that works, which is the go free method, the only thing that has success, which is the go free method, changing individual lives and those lives that come in contact with every single one of those people. If we don't do that, then this is what is waiting for you. And you can already look into the future without a crystal ball, my friends, without one, because you need only look to our once great country of South Africa. And it's the exact same anti-white pathogens in the minds of the white people there, our brothers and sisters, our once great country. And still to this day, with ritualistic rapes, ritualistic gang rapes of our children, of our women, taking place in South Africa by anti-whites, that there are groups of white people in South Africa that are no different in defense of our people than conservative groups here run by Sean Hannity today. They won't even talk to me because I talk about race while enduring gang ritualistic torture and rape.
Well, you always have the problem of who you is, like that. You didn't care then.
Yeah.
There were plenty of conservatives who certainly cared that black people were being beaten by police.
Yeah.
And here's the nuance I'd put on the conservatives. I think you said not caring about race or something worse to that effect. I spend a lot of time in that community. I identify with the left, but most of my time in my audience is on the right. My take is that
which is an interesting thing. It's kind of like he's a Trojan horse, isn't it? I mean, he's in a community of people who, to various degrees, we don't use the left-right paradigm because it's there to work for anti-whites and anti-whiteism, but to various degrees are aware of and care about the victimization of white people. They object to it to some degree. That's where he chooses to stay. That's where he chooses to make his money.
they're systems over goals people, meaning that they want a system that's going to work. And as soon as you start making exceptions, like, okay, everybody works on merit, except right now. That might be good once. There's plenty of good reasons.
No, he's got it wrong. White people, the vast majority of white people who will argue merit should be the reason. Merit should be the reason, is because it's an argument in response to the white erasure of Western norms and the victimization of white people in in this case, we'll say employment. So they witness that people are getting, white people who have the talent, who have dedicated their lives, who have done the study, who have paid their dues, are not getting the job they deserve because they are white. They're not getting the promotion they deserve because they are white. Follow me now. So these particular white people are implicitly white sympathetic. They are terrified of defending the victimization of defending white people and saying that they object to the victimization of white people based on race. So they attempt to do this. They attempt to put an end to that victimization with proxy positions. The proxy position in this case is it should just be merit. It should all be based on merit. How do I know this? Where did the merit argument come from? It came in response to the victimization of white people. You didn't have to make the merit argument before because it was based on merit without speaking about it. The best people of the white race that came forward, with the exceptions of, people hooking up family members, you obviously got cronyism as well. With those exceptions, the best person was getting the promotion or getting the job. So what did I say earlier about these people, these particular white people? They're living in the anti-white narrative. And in the anti-white narrative, there is a moral imperative that is anti-white, which states that it is immoral to complain about the victimization of white people. So these white people seek to redress that victimization by another means, by a proxy position, by saying it should be based on merit. Those same white people, you want to know how you know this? Those same white people will search for other arguments if and when they change immigration to merit-based. Then they won't be getting their jobs anymore because their immigrants will be coming in who are right side of bell curve, who are already have money, who are going to get government checks, tax deferments, etc. They'll switch to another proxy argument because they're cowards. And why are they cowards? Because there's only one moral imperative out there, since we can't get our moral imperative out to those folks. You have to be outside of the framework of their narrative with a moral imperative to bring people to a new story. You don't have to understand the why. You just have to be able to see that it works. Damn, I'm good.
To make exceptions, but you have to be real careful about what exceptions you make and when.
Okay.
So conservatives tend to be guardians of systems, like keep my constitution the same, keep my religion, my family. And so they like systems.
Right.
So I think you're mostly seeing people say it does look like it's bad in many ways to be Black in America. I think every conservative would agree with that.
Okay.
But they would also say that can't be everybody's problem all the time.
Right.
The system requires that you figure it out.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things I said that I'm surprised it wasn't more controversial is that everybody who's ever succeeded, forget about race or anything, everybody who's ever succeeded did it the same way. There's like 5 things you got to get right? Stay out of jail, stay off of drugs and alcohol, don't have a family before you can afford it, and don't be a single parent, stay together if you can.
The other unspoken premise here that I guess I should say perspective is that they are speaking about an entire race as an individual. So that's the people who are bright enough to orchestrate psychological warfare, they know that when you anthropomorphize a race, when you turn an entire race into a single person, that the problem, whatever problems there are, can never be remedied, because there are always going to be members of a race that are too dumb, too violent, too whatever to be picked up. There are always going to be those individuals. It's going to be a certain percentage. So as long as you are saying the problems of Black people, you're presenting a set of problems, challenges that can never be resolved. And then you lay the burden of this impossibility on the founding stock Western kind of the United States, or all of the Western countries. An insurmountable problem. Don't allow, this is why we don't focus, another big reason, other than the fact that it's totally immoral. This is why we don't focus on the warts of another group. And of course, you're in their story then. When you focus on their warts, you fall into the trap of this perspective.
Focus on learning, either a school or a vocation, get a talent stack.
And I even had somebody write on one of the threads just today that, yeah, you're correct. You're technically correct that there are far more white people in poverty than there are Black people in poverty, but their percentage of their people is a higher percentage. So I said, I smell your anti-whiteism. So if they are ever poor, if they are ever sick, if they are ever, it's my fault. It doesn't matter if there are teeming masses of white people because they've been dehumanized. So it doesn't matter how sick and poor they are and how many of them are sick and poor. I mean, you take that to its logical consequence, and you could have 10 people left of the Black race in America that are still in poverty, and 50 million, 100 million white people in deep poverty. But it would still be the percentage of Black people that those 10 people, you still have to fix those 10.
Together of, the skills that work well and make you unique, and then character, right? Show up on time, tell the truth, that stuff. Now, everybody who's ever tried that has found that it worked. So conservatives say, all right, there's no secret to the formula.
Hotep Jesus is really dropping the ball here as an anti-white. He's clearly anti-white. I mean, he's demonstrated it in this conversation robustly, but he's allowing Scott to say, or to set a premise here that will undermine a retort. A different anti-white would say that that's not the case. And in fact, in that instance, I would agree when it comes to white people. So I would agree with the anti-white, and I would generally agree for all peoples, because so much of success is aleatory. It's chance. You have to put yourself in a position to win the lottery of chance, which means you've got to work hard, you've got to dedicate yourself, you got to get your education, you got to pay your dues. And then you have to have luck happen to you. The right contacts, meet the right people at the right time in the right place, all of that. So you could be of any race, anywhere in the world, pay all your dues, work your ass off, and have nothing to show for it, because that's the way the world works, I'm afraid. But particularly with white people, because anti-whiteism specifically targets us for discrimination, for victimization, and then gives the booty, the reward of that victimization, and then passes it out to the collateral beneficiaries out there.
The only thing that doesn't work is that young Black people cannot get a good education because of systemic racism.
They won't admit that, though.
What's that?
But that's the part they won't accept.
They do accept that the teachers' unions are ruining education.
Yes.
And the teachers' unions are a systemic racism problem.
Yes, but you'll say that, but they won't. They won't acknowledge that.
Oh, they agree with me when I say it.
When you say systemic racism or teachers' union?
Both. When I say the teachers' unions are the best example, the strongest one, of systemic racism, because it's a very identifiable.
Yes, they will agree in that context. Yes.
Yeah. So why would they agree with that? Because everything in the anti-white narrative is this anti-white slur, this anti-white concept that defeated Western civilization is racist. And they can tack it onto anything. It's in the system because there aren't any rules. There aren't any examples. It's not happening anywhere. There isn't a place where they only hire white people or it's just white people and they have a policy. So it's invisible. It's just everywhere. That's why they will say it. Adams is concluding here that they have a legitimate gripe with teachers unions. No, it's in Western civilization. Who created teachers unions? White people. So therefore, it's racist. I mean, we can't be the only folks seeing this for the love of God.
Yes.
So, see, the thing that people don't realize is how close the Black community and the conservative community are. It's like they're on the other side of a paper wall.
Yes.
Like Blacks are almost natural conservatives.
Yes.
My God. Oh my God. This is one of the things, and this argument right here is something that an anti-white POS who identifies as a leftist, as a liberal, I think he specifically used that word, will argue to people who identify as conservatives, white people. And he'll make this case. And you hear it more often, that specific meme pathogen about Hispanics. They're natural conservatives. You've been hearing that since Reagan, for the love of God, when he gave the first blanket amnesty. It's okay. It's okay. Things are not going to change in America because all of these Hispanic, all these non-white people that have come up from Central South America, they're naturally just like you. Nothing will change. That's what they've been saying to white people all along. Natural, they love family. They love, what's their definition of family? What's their definition of culture? What are their norms? They have norms. It's like saying to you, this is seriously what it's saying, what they're saying. Hispanics and Black people have norms. White people have norms. You're the same. Except no, dumbass. Except no, we're very different. Biospiritually very different. They breathe air, you breathe air. Let them in. They're naturally identical to you, except where they came from doesn't look anything like the civilization that we build everywhere we go. Wonder why that is, if they're identical to us. If conservatism and conservative ideas, well, they're naturally Christian. What is Christianity to them? Do you really believe the animal, the human animal, and the specific breed, the race of human animal, exercising an ideology, in this case a religion, aren't infusing that religion or ideology with every bit of who and what they are? Of course they are. And that's visible everywhere. And it looks very, very different. So that was the same thing, the same argument. So here you have a anti-white POS white guy using a manipulative argument on his white sympathetic implicit audience who considers themselves to be conservatives or Republican voters or whatever. They're naturally just like you. Leave the border open. This group is naturally identical to you.
No, I can only say that because you're here, right? So you can agree with me.
It's true. It's true.
If I said that out of context, people would be like, "What? That's crazy."
Yeah.
But to me, it looks like there are a lot of natural conservatives who can't bring themselves to buy the whole conservative package. So that's a problem.
Yeah.
But you don't have to. You just buy the part that everybody wants: better education.
Yeah. I mean, just to...
And that is, once again, I'm going to wrap this up in another 5 or so minutes, and we're going to get on to Nick Fuentes and his view on Hollywood. We're going to educate you. It's going to be very interesting. But this is what was happening all along, and I was proven right. White anti-whites, Black anti-whites, anybody who's anti-white, they know, they are awake. They already know. They're awake. They've already been red pilled. They know what groups are violent and what areas are violent. They know that. That's why they don't live there. But they say to each other that it's because of the white race. It's because, so everybody's saying Adams admitted to this, and so therefore it's all this about to happen. He didn't admit. He said something publicly that everybody, even these anti-whites, the highest levels, say privately. That's why it was awkward. That's why anything that's said in private normally said publicly is awkward, because you know, without the ability to clarify with somebody who's directly privately in front of you, that you can be condemned for things that you were never thinking. That's one of the things, and that you will be judged by anti-white standards, by an anti-white metric. That's why everybody in the white sympathetic sphere, they're always like, well, you'll get fired if you say that it's all the jaywalkers, and you could get fired if you say that it's anti-white. Well, there are two very big different things there. If you are at work and you say everything that's bad is the fault of the jaywalkers and you get fired, your colleagues are going to say, good. That guy was scum. But if you're fired because you say this anti-whiteism isn't fair, your colleagues are going to say the employer is scum. The management is scum. There's a big difference that I guess people with IQs not high enough can't get. This is where IQ comes in. There's a big difference between individual condemnation and public condemnation, individual thought processes and public thought processes. So he was merely saying something that's in private that everybody talks about and knows publicly. They will tell you that it's because of the white race. The reason why certain groups and neighborhoods are violent, it's because of the white race. What has the white race done to make them violent, or to make that area violent, that part of the city violent? What has the white race done? They have denied them education. So you got to get them proper education. And of course, what did Adams say his remedy was? Reparations by way of massive theft from Western kind, to give every black child, and maybe sprinkle in some poor of the other races as well, so that it doesn't look like it's just one thing. But to give them like individual genius tutors their whole lives, because then that will fix this problem.
To support what you said, right? At the very basic level, what's important to black people? God, money, and guns. That's one thing that black folks and white conservatives got in common. They love them things. So that supports your argument. And ain't a black person that could disagree with that. They know we love guns.
Totally the same then. No difference whatsoever.
They know we love money, and they know we love God. We're one of the most church-going people ever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you like free markets, I'll bet. I'll bet you like unfettered.
I mean, they're talking about an entire race of people. This is so silly. And they're adults, and they have lots of people watching. Why couldn't I have been born in a healthier time? This is so crazy. I don't mind. I am happy about being able to have something to really struggle against in anti-whiteism, so that our lives can have meaning. I mean, if you're born on Paradise Island, I guess that would just be wretched. Because what's then the meaning of your life? How many coconuts you can drink a day, or I don't know, but at the same time, we're surrounded by people who are practically drooling imbeciles. You can make case after case after case. It doesn't matter how many times I'm right and how much this works. It's still just an endless uphill battle against folks who are just too dumb to get it.
There's nothing getting in your way.
We are definitely capitalists.
How do you feel about low taxes?
We definitely want.
He's a definitely capitalist. How many people how many of the black community show up for folks like Al Sharpton, who absolutely want to just take everything away? That's not called capitalism. So how is he defining even the word capitalism? So this is why you don't get into these discussions. I did all this for you. You don't have to be this dumb. I did all this for you. I got into it and I said, holy shit, it didn't matter.
Low taxes.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly things where there's going to be a disagreement.
Right.
But I mean, you're standing on opposite sides of a paper wall. It's so close.
So help me through this, right? I understand and you understand that you can phrase things in certain ways to bring conservatives to your side. For example, with the reparations conversation, I looked at it very briefly, took about 10 minutes, and I said, what if we frame reparations as Democrats must pay? Right? All of a sudden, the conservatives was like, yeah, reparations, right? And I'm thinking to myself, wow, how come nobody else thought about that? Right?
I love that.
But I think the issue that people have is, why do we got to go through these extra steps of thinking just to prove that there's some systemic racist problems for black people? Why can't we just get Republicans and white conservatives to say there's systemic racism in America without the context?
Oh, yeah. Here's the trap there.
It is a story, folks. Don't get in and debate it with them. They get to control the parameters. They get to invent all they want. They get to lean and smear and misrepresent facts, data, at history, write the history, the official history that serves them. All they want, cutting babies out of bellies. All they want. Do not get into that battle with them.
If you say there is systemic racism, and then let's say the Republicans agreed on that premise. Now, I agree with it, but I'm not a politician. Yeah. If they agree with it, then people can start packing things under that label. Republicans you can deal with on an issue basis. So, for example, Republicans are not going to say, let's fund Black Lives Matter.
Right.
But Black Lives Matter wanted more body cams on police. Conservatives have no issue with that whatsoever. Would probably help you fund it. So if you took it down to, like, tell me specifically what you want to do, it ends up being the same stuff.
So Adams here, just to be clear, he's taking an argument that is extraordinarily, from Hotep Jesus, vicious, maniacal, unscrupulous, to rob innocent white people today and tomorrow, and babies in the womb, to rob them of our birthright, our history, our inheritance, our creativity, our productivity, the reward of our labors, to rob us of all of that. Hotep Jesus that's what his desire is. And Scott Adams comes to the rescue, the white anti-white here, which therefore is the worst, because he comes to the rescue to say, presenting it that way won't manipulate your victims. You have to present it in another way to manipulate your victims. That's what you're dealing with in Scott Adams. So I guess what we'll do is I'm going to take a very brief break. We're going to listen to Imminent Rain while I'm gone, at least part of the time while I'm gone, or the whole time I'm gone, but I'm not going to be gone for the whole song. And then we're going to get into Nick Fuentes and his very recent, just last week, comments on Hollywood. And so we will be right back.
Setting them up on the knoll, he sang into their dreams, great visions filled their souls, awakened to a paradise, preserved in script and song. laughed and sang, and hearts were filled with love. Hatred, violent, idiots were soaring up above, while they danced and played, and cheeks were rosy red. Something dark and sinister was lurking up ahead.
All right, we are going to come back. That was the great Imminent Rain, ladies and gentlemen. And let me just do this. We are back. The action item for today, didn't mention it earlier, is to head on over to my Twitter and to retweet the great Slots, who I retweeted. You can head over to his Twitter if you know his Twitter. You can head on over there and retweet the great Slots. He tweeted about the upcoming release of the album of Imminent Rain's epic album, telling the story of Prometheus Rising, my book, and that's coming out on the 30th of April, and it is The Legend of Prometheus. We want to give a lot of hype to that, and I'm going to be advertising all throughout April. It's going to be very exciting. Looking forward to that. Song 9 and the totality of the album all together coming out at once. The great Imminent Rain. We're going to thank Slots for doing this. He came up with this great idea to tweet about it every week. And that you were hearing was, I think, song 4 from the album. It's just totally, Imminent Rain is totally amazing. So you're going to want to be a part of that. And what I wanted to do today, I'm going to take a look at any financial gifts that are there, that are up. And then we're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day. And I thought it was really there's a big opportunity here for the Go Free lesson of the day, because this past week, Fuentes, during one of his videos, was giving some sort of incipient ideas that he was having about entertainment. And he had been asked by an audience member if living in Los Angeles had changed his perspective at all on what goes on in the world, what goes on in the culture. And we'll be looking at his immediate response to that. Because he's having these like incipient, these beginning thoughts about how people are manipulated and controlled. And of course, that would include himself by the psychological warfare operators that run anti-whiteism, dominate the West. So we're going to be getting into that. Let me take a quick look at your financial gifts. And we have here, to get started right away, great Yiz, the Unifier. What a champ. Financially gifting $5. Thank you so much, Yiz. She writes over here on Entropy, weekly folk tithe, to let our community know I received a bogus channel strike again on YouTube. So for the next 2 weeks, my streams and morning walks will be only on Rumble and Odyssey. So if you don't follow me there already, now is a good time. Kip with a white heart emoji. Thank you so much, sister. Yes, and we're sorry that you had to endure that. Hopefully they'll drop that strike. But yes, indeed, the anti-whites have issued Yiz another strike. And so she won't be on YouTube tomorrow for Discordant Dragons. You got to make sure you follow her at Odyssey or Rumble so that you can be a part of the show. Please do. It's a great show that she puts on. Montana Kid, folks, rugged emojis, straight up her back, chest out. Give us a salute. 07s, hand over the heart. Montana Kid coming in here with 50 white well-being dollars in the anti-whiteism dollars. Maybe throw some diamonds out to that guy. Throw some diamonds. He says with those $50, now I can drive in my Jeep Gladiator, listening to Jason's audiobook, Go Free, on Audible. Yes, sir, you can. And be another way for folks. Some folks can't. We'll talk more about it later. But during the regular announcements, and I'll give you more of the details. But God bless you. Thank you for that, Montana Kid. Yep, it was not a small amount of work, but we'll talk about it later. Thank you very much, brother. 50. For that we celebrate. We rock out the raucous emojis. We have here Yiz back with another $5. Thank you, sister. And she says, I'm excited for the audiobook of Go Free. I've had dozens of people ask me for one. Go team. Yeah, it's awesome. That's great. Thank you for letting me know that. Yep, it's up. It's available. And it is very exciting. Thank you so much, Yiz. And it now opens the door for the work on the 3rd edition, which is going to be so marvelous. I can't even tell you the number of more meme curatives, dialectics, everything that's going into it. We're going to work on it together right here every Going Free. I'll be bringing updates to you. It's really going to be, I'm feeling like it's going to be like the real first definitive Go Free that there ever has been. There's so much more material now that has satisfied the scientific method. Very exciting. So many of you all have contributed. It's a team effort. It's a group effort. And that's the only way it could ever happen. No individual could ever do. No, there's not going to be any individual that saves Western kind or saves America. That's a mentality out of Hollywood. And we'll be talking about that in just a moment. We also have, wow, ladies and gentlemen, extra wow, 7s, please. 7s, saluting, raucous emojis, hand over the heart, many diamonds, please. Not many as in small, many as in very large and large in number, large in size and number. Mrs. Jess Horst, a mother of 9 children, just financially gifted 100 for my own white children and yours Wow. Wow. What a testimonial. When mothers, and we have so many women in service to white well-being, far more, the percentage is far more than elsewhere, because you're not like a hanger-on to some disgusting hatred of some other group where you're just hanging on to the males who hate on some other group. No, these are women who are active participants in service to white well-being, in thought and love and defense of their children. Mrs. Jess Horst, absolutely a sterling exemplar of that. And she writes with $100, hail our folk. Hail Western kind. Thank you for everything that you do, Jason. And then 3 white heart emojis. God bless you, sister, for that. Mrs. Jess Horst over here on Entropy, rocking the world with a testimonial, that $100, a testimonial from a woman with 9 kids. They're not rich. They're working people like us. That is an enormous testimonial. That says this serves our children. Thank you so much. Then we have Vincent B over here on Entropy. Thank you so much, brother. $3 says fishes left the sea and they are not superior. Oh, yeah, right. Exactly. Coming out of Africa. Well said. Thank you for that, Vincent. On the question widget, we have Yiz sharing her Rumble and Odyssey there, and she'll be sharing that, if she hasn't already, in the YouTube live chat. We have Mestizos over here. He says, I came back from the grocery store tonight. I'm making chicken soup while going free. God bless you for that. Chicken soup with no white guilt. It will taste better, I promise you. Over here on Odyssey, what do we have? Do we have... No, but we have no financial gifts, but I'll say hello to the folks who are over there. And on D Live, as that loads, I will load this here. Everybody's loading. And on D Live, it looks like a big hello to everybody that's over there. But I don't see any new cryptocurrency of theirs. So we didn't miss anybody. Now we're going to get to Nick here. I'm going to open up the video and then stop it. And then I'm going to take a look at Cash App.
Fake. Okay.
All right, we'll do this. And I have the actual text of what he said. Big debt of gratitude to a lady that is true and noble. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting $10. And she writes with those 10 glorious dollars for white well-being. So much appreciated. I love Jesus Christ. Great to see you again. And we have Rorgus emojis for Maki. Financially gifting $25. Hearts, Rorgus emojis, please. And he says with those 25, white well-being, put an end to anti-whiteism dollars. He says, giggling as a weapon is a non-white person thing. Giggling as a weapon is a non-white person thing, anti-white, non-white person thing. Yeah, well, I see it with white anti-whites as well. But yeah, we have had now this guy, the guy who looks like he was in Blackerface and then it rained on him. He's got a whole lot of white blood in him. That's what I mean by that. And then you have the other guy, Lucas, did the same thing. The response is their argument is to laugh and pretend like, laugh at your victimization, laugh at your harm, laugh at your grief, laugh at your complaint. Anti-whites do that. Yeah, thank you so much. $25. 25. Shut the anti-white up dollars. Shut the anti-white up dollars. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Please, please. 007s. 007s. Mini diamonds. Many diamonds. 007s. Raucous emojis for no white guilt clips. Who just financially gifted on Cash App a whopping $200. Let's get this this young man, this hero, this champion in service to white well-being. Some heart emojis, some salute emojis, some swashbuckling emojis, some swashbuckling flags, some firework explosions. Franklin's got it there. $200. $200. God bless you, man. Holy God. He's made, please honor Clips. When he makes a clip and shares it, he shares it on TikTok. He shares it on, and by the way, it might have been one of the clips that No White Guilt Clips made on TikTok that was posted by someone else. I'll have to go back there and look. But the clip had like tens of thousands of views because of No White Guilt Clips. When this guy cuts material up and then presents it on any of his platforms, if you're on that platform, please make it part of your like solemn duty to white well-being to take his effort and magnify it. Add your shoulder to the work he's pushing along. If this is like he's pushing his car broke down, go put your shoulder into it. Please, that is amazing. Man, God bless this champ. All the financial gifting he does is like the small part of all the work that he does. God bless you, man. We love you. And thank you, everybody, for celebrating the great No White Guilt Clips. We have Art Acrobats coming in on Cash App with $4. Thank you, good brother. And he says, awesome white positive activists going free. Yeah, it is, isn't it? For the awesome white positive activists going free. Yeah, a bunch of new people have come in, and more people continue to come in. Not the least drawing them in is the great No White Guilt Clips. With he always makes me look better. He always makes me sound better than I actually am. God bless him for that. Folks, see those clips. You know, one of these days, if we do what we should do, our solemn duty to our people, maybe find out what platforms he's on and get on those platforms if you can, and then share his work every time he presents. Put the bell on or whatever it is, and then share immediately. Man, this guy's accounts will go through the roof with followers. And then can you imagine all the good that's going to do? Please be a part of that. I'm looking out for you when I say I want you to be able to say in months and years to come, I got in and was a participant in making it happen. I am one of the reasons why I wrote my name into our story as one of the heroes, instead of being one of the new, wonderful, but new people who are Johnny-come-latelys to the work for white well-being. Please get involved. Make yourself known. God bless you all for that. How totally amazing. All right. Let's see what's going on here with Fuentes. Thank you all for celebrating that. All right. So Fuentes was on a show, or his show, or it doesn't have his, normally he's got that green screen city. Maybe it fell down. I don't know. It's not green here. Or it doesn't look dark enough to be green in the black and white. But he was asked, has living in Los Angeles changed his perspective and perspective on things? And of course, the subject matter is the culture, the government, governance, etc. Has it changed his perspective? And this was his answer. He started off, I don't know if in this clip he says, I don't think so. Let me look at the transcript. Let me get my glasses. He doesn't say here, I don't believe. No, before he says, living in LA and hanging out with Kanye West, meeting actors or whatever that he's met, and speaking with some of these people or rappers or whatever it is. has changed his views or his perspective? This is the answer to the question. And it's really important, I think, because he's demonstrating a rudimentary understanding or appreciation or awareness of the control of the human animal by way of the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. So let's listen, and we're going to break this down. And I want to read, we're going to go to the conscious and subconscious minds. I'm first going to start off with this. This is on page 126, second edition, iteration 2. Recall our discussion of the role of the subconscious mind and the power of the subconscious mind to largely govern our lives. It makes thousands of learned decisions, judgments, instantly and without recourse to our conscious mind. For example, it enabled our remote ancestors to pick and eat berries, while the conscious mind remained alert to threats and opportunities. You might be saying to yourself, Jason, why are you reading about the conscious and subconscious mind? Because that, my friends, is how the psychological warfare operators control how you behave. It's not subliminal. It doesn't have to flash in one thousandth of a second. That does nothing. No, there's a much more fundamental way to control the human animal. And what makes it so powerful is its perceived weakness. And that's an erroneous perception. The perceived weakness of the subconscious mind. It's perceived as weak because with the conscious mind, we can interrupt it. We can disagree with it. And the conscious mind has the last word in the moment, but it does not have the fundamental or lasting last word. Today, among many other activities, it enables us to drive our cars while we use our conscious minds for other matters, such as thinking about what we have to do later in the day. Obviously, the power of the subconscious to inform and guide us is of great benefit to us. So think about it. Think about this way. If you had to consciously operate your car every time you got into it, it would be exhausting. Think about how exhausting it was when you learned how to drive. Think about, maybe you won't be able to remember about when you learned how to ride a bicycle, how exhausting that was, how much you had to concentrate on the act of the thing wobbling underneath of you, how you were like this rigid thing, eyes darting everywhere when you were first learning how to drive, how uncomfortable that felt. That would be every single time if it wasn't for the ability of the subconscious mind to learn the material and then pass it into automatic usage. You can really think of the subconscious mind in this respect as a bit like the body's automatic control over respiration and the beating of the heart. It's like the next level above that. Behaviors that can be learned and by rote and are automatically implemented. This is where the weakness is. Now, I'm sharing this because this is the crux of the control, and it's what Nick, in sort of an obesidiarian, sort of like an incipient or an elementary way, is speaking to and trying to understand now that he has this perspective of living in LA. However, it can also be the subconscious mind an Achilles heel. The subconscious mind is like a block of clay that can be molded without our intent or even our recognition, and irrespective of reason, logic, and evidence. I'm going to say that again. Please pay close attention. It is like a block of clay, the subconscious mind, that can be molded without our intent or even the recognition that it's being molded. Think about think, my friends, about the power of that. I figured this out about the subconscious mind when I was in high school. I had thoughts about it when I was in junior high. But when I hit high school, I was finally putting it fully together. It's early high school, freshman, sophomore, putting it together that this was a means by which people could be controlled. And I don't remember if I shared in my book, Go Free, that you can't see over my shoulder now, but is over my shoulder, whether or not I shared the story of my first time in a movie theater. But it was by chance, I guess, that I was at the movie theater. Me and the other children that were there made the very poor decision to sit in the front row. And as we were waiting for the movie to begin, there was quite a murmur in the crowd. The theater was full. And when the movie started, it got completely quiet. And of course, the adult that was with us told everybody, hush up, the movie's starting. We got quiet. The whole theater that had been this sort of cacophonous background for me was suddenly gone. And the absence of that sound was poignant for me. I wondered, what's going on behind me? So I got up on my knees in my seat and turned around. And what I saw horrified me, because I saw this sea of faces that were all looking in this lifeless fashion up at the movie screen. All their faces were bathed in that same color that was coming off the screen, and they were all silent, and they all seemed to have lost their personalities, lost their character, lost the life that was inside of them. And it stuck with me my entire life that I didn't understand right then, of course. I didn't understand what I know now and what I'm explaining to you. But I did realize that there was some power over them in that moment. And so maybe that was a conclusion that prejudiced me in the right direction, so that later in life, contemplating why we are victimized as Western kind, I was able to see at such an early age how we were manipulated and controlled. It is unbelievably powerful and seemingly impossible to communicate, because I've been doing it since then, since I was in high school. And it seems like the world is still as dumb. And the reason why, primarily, is that people can use their conscious mind to say, oh, no, I disagree with my subconscious mind in this moment. And then you go back to living in the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind indiscriminately absorbs information regardless of truth or falsehood. So let's go ahead, and I can come back and touch more upon this as we watch and dissect this very short video of Nick. Here we go.
Hollywood is fake.
So Hollywood is fake.
Okay, and people don't hear that enough. Movies are not real.
So this is something that, as I say, he was asked, how did this living in LA change his perspective? And he says, Hollywood is fake, okay? And people don't hear that enough. Well, this is the first flaw in his message, but he's maturing. I think he's, like 25. And so the average person doesn't get this in their life. Everyone knows. This is the problem. This is where he's making the error at first in his understanding. Everyone knows Hollywood is fake. Everyone knows that TV shows are actors. And what do I mean by that? Consciously, they can say this. Subconsciously, they can't know it. You know how they could know it subconsciously? They could know it subconsciously if you actively, like we do here, interrupt and impregnate the subconscious with the information that is triggered by the triggering of the information that harms you. They could also know it if every movie and TV show or enough repeated that to them in countless iterations. And so therefore, their subconscious mind is saturated in that awareness. But that's not how people know it exists. They don't tell you in every movie and TV show and play that it's fake, that we're just actors, that this is just a script. So when you tell people, or if you tell somebody that Hollywood is fake and that people don't hear that enough, Hollywood is fake, okay, people don't hear that enough, movies are not real. He says next, movies, TV shows are not real.
Movies, TV shows are not real.
Okay. When you are talking to friends, family, or strangers, if you were to say this to them, then where is the problem for you? The problem for you is in the fact, what I just said, that they are going to say to you consciously, of course, I know. Consciously, they do know. Consciously, they are aware that it's artificial, that it's a script. Remember, we talked before about how you could really demonstrate to somebody that they believe that the part of their brain, the subconscious, that they live their life by 90+% of the time, believe that entertainment is real, is to interrupt the entertainment. When they're being entertained, watching a movie or reading a book, or just go ahead and jump in and say, oh yeah, that's completely fake. You know that people can't fly, or you know that they will become very irritated with you. Why would that be irritating? Because you are breaking the illusion that they believe is taking place. You are interrupting what they believe is real with what they can consciously tell you. I know it's fake. Why are you crying then? I know it's fake. Why are you scared? Why are you huddling in a blanket if you know this horror movie is fake?
It's illusions. They're actors. What you see on the screen is not real.
Repeating the same, that it's all illusion, it's not real. Again, people get that it's not real, that the story is not real.
But people's brains are not sophisticated enough to meaningfully understand that.
Now that is going down the wrong track. That's the first big error. It's understandable. I mean, he's like essentially a tyro in this field. The brain is more than sophisticated enough to understand. So you would really be insulting somebody if you told them, hey, your brain's not sophisticated enough to understand that Hollywood is fake, that TV is an illusion. You would really insult them. You would be wrong. The brain is more than sophisticated enough. If the brain weren't sophisticated enough, it would not be able to be controlled by entertainment. The problem is that it is sophisticated enough. The problem is that it's being exploited by people who know what they're doing. So what Fuentes is articulating here is typically when anybody over the years that I've experienced, decades teaching people about control over our understanding of reality by way of our entertainment, far more so than education about the real, so-called real world. This is about as far as they go on their own. They'll say something like this: the brain's not able to understand or entertain this. In fact, there was a group of people that I'll try to remember what they were calling it. They came up with some some name. And this is essentially what they were, the same position that he's articulating here, that the brain lacks the sophistication to know the difference. And that can be sort of a colloquial way. But so let's see.
I fully believe that when we watch television.
So this is him coming to this awareness, sort of stream of consciousness.
Our brains cannot discern in a real way between what we're watching on TV and what we live in our lives.
So there again you have, and this is how you understand something is extremely important, because your perspective of how a given thing operates or works is responsible for your deductions. If you have an inaccurate, even a little bit of an inaccurate understanding of how something operates, you end up with very inaccurate deductions. And in our sense, or in our cause here, we don't have time for any more inaccurate deductions. It's like when you're shooting at a range. If your rifle or your pistol is the slightest bit off the target where the bullet exits the muzzle, it will end up wildly off the target once it gets to the downrange. That's the same thing that happens with deductions. So let me look at, he says, quote, I fully believe that when we watch television, our brains cannot discern in a real way between what we're watching on TV and what we live in our lives. Do you see the problem with that statement? The brain can determine. That's the problem. The brain can determine the difference between what we watch and what we live. That's where the strength of the brainwashing takes place, because people reject that they've been manipulated. They fully believe, when I've gone to them over the decades, and I hope that Nick will continue to grow in that direction and maybe take a look at what we're doing here and then communicate it to all the people that like to watch him. Because over the decades, I try to present this material to people, and their response, of course, is that I totally get it. This is different. But you don't get it, because the part of your brain that is responsible for most of your life is enmeshed in that fiction. So that's the power of the psychological warfare called anti-whiteism.
And that's why so many people think about things like it's a movie or like it's TV. And that is why so much of people's understanding of the world is based on, maybe even subconsciously.
So see, maturing, maybe even subconsciously. It is absolutely subconsciously.
Things they saw on TV.
So it's absolutely, and that's why, quote, so many people think about things like it's a movie or like it's TV. I mean, it's interesting because there was a clip of him from, I think, yesterday at CPAC, where he uses a line from the Joker movie. So still himself enmeshed in believing movies are real, the real world, trying to play the villain in there. So if Nick continues this direction, and I don't know if he will or not, he'll eventually realize that the choices that people make in their resistance to those who victimize them are controlled choices to play villainy roles in their story. And when you realize that the choice that you're making in your real world to play a villain role in their narrative controls how you fight back, you conclude that you couldn't possibly succeed that way. Or you should.
That's why people act like TV characters, act like movie characters.
Just what he did at CPAC.
Say the same things, make the same jokes.
I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So let me read to you. So he says, that's why people act like TV characters. Yes. That's why when they want to resist, like, okay, so the question is now, is Fuentes now or in the future at some point going to realize that his choices to resist our victimizers were based in the villain characters in the entertainment he watched? And that's why he gets himself censored. Is he going to eventually realize that? I don't know. He won't, of course, heed anything I have to say. Or maybe he will, I don't know. But will he realize that the acclaim that he has gotten himself is a consequence of being a villain in their story, and his followers lauding the role of villain in the real world, LARPing in the real world? And remember, there's a whole spectrum of antags in the world, given to you, given to us by those who create entertainment. And you don't have to imagine that there is some sort of cabal somewhere who is saying, this movie's coming up, and so we need X, Y, and Z, and etc. Doesn't mean that there aren't makeshift or ad hoc groups that come together for that purpose. But when you program an animal, and there doesn't have to be a programmer, a single programmer or a single group of programmers. Don't make that error. When an animal is programmed by its own environment of human dynamism with a particular ideology, in this case, anti-whiteism, you get predictable outcomes. Just like you get predictable outcomes from putting a lion in the savannah out of all lions. Predictable outcomes out of cheetah on the savannah, out of all of them, all cheetahs. The most effective and insidious form of MP infection is entertainment. What are the conscious and subconscious minds? Page 16, 17. The conscious mind is self-directed. Its highest form is self-reflective. It is slow and cumbersome relative to the subconscious mind. Very slow. It requires effort, whereas the subconscious mind does not. Like, for example, how much effort do you have to put into driving your car once you know how to drive it? None. Think of the conscious effort invested to learn the location of keys on a keyboard. You had to search for keys and deliberately press them with the proper fingers. The effort interrupted the message you were trying to type. But once you learned the location of the keys, your subconscious took over the task of typing, and you were able to swiftly type your message without a single thought to the locating the keys. The subconscious mind is autopilot. It is lightning speed relative to the conscious mind. It is agile relative to the cumbersome conscious. And most important of all, it requires no effort from you. You hear about athletes. And if we're an athlete or are an athlete, you know of being in the zone. Being in the zone is nothing more and nothing less than being able to function entirely in the subconscious mind, where things are lightning fast. Being in the conscious mind, totally ridiculously slow. Everything has to be assessed in front of you again and again on sort of the desk of your conscious mind. That's what being in the zone is. Performers have the same phenomenon. Once you have played that piece on the piano so many times and it's fully memorized, not only that piece, but other pieces like it that can inform your ability to play that piece in a way that you could never have without the training to put it into the subconscious mind and in memory, you then play that piece as though you are outside of yourself, watching yourself. And how many times do people say that? What is the self that is outside of yourself? That is your conscious mind observing the miracle of the subconscious doing what it does. We are able to override our subconscious with our conscious mind, but doing so requires effort, as I've been talking about here. So this is page 18. You can read on in your copy. I talk about how you have to make a conscious effort to break a habit. Habit is a learned behavior. The understanding of your environment, this anti-white understanding of the world. So we're Hotep Jesus and we're Claudia and where these people are living their lives. This is habitual. They've been habituated to an artificial narrative where they take real events and they force those events, manipulate them to conform to this artificial narrative. They continually rewrite the history to conform to the changes in the narrative, to further demonize Western kind and benefit everyone else at that victimization. They are operating within that environment that they have been habituated to. It is a habit. To break the habit, which is what we do here, this is why it's so hard. To break that habit requires a lot of effort. And people will tell you who are going free that even though it's very straightforward, and in that sense, quite simple, there's nothing arcane about it, it requires a lot of effort, just like breaking any habit does. The automatic thinking of the world through the lens of the anti-white narrative is that first attack on your defense against our victimization. Here's the final thing I wanted to share with you and see if you all had any questions about this. Learning does not always require a significant conscious effort. Now, I'm not talking about, like putting a dictionary under your pillow and somehow through osmosis, you learn what's inside. I'm talking about what you're perceiving. Human beings are imitation machines. If nothing else, you don't even need a conscious mind to be an imitation machine. Often learning requires no conscious effort. Consider the minimal effort to learn by reading when you are not consciously examining what you are reading. And consider that no effort is necessary to learn by way of observation. My friends, how do most people ingest entertainment? Learning without the conscious mind is both a great strength and weakness. It is a strength because conscious thought requires effort, but it is also a weakness because the subconscious cannot differentiate fact from fiction. The subconscious mind does not break down. It does not analyze. That's what the conscious mind does. This is the great weakness. If you understand, my God, I figured this out in my first years of high school. If you understand that you are taking in the world through two minds, one brain, but two minds, and one of those minds, the one that does the most living, can't tell the difference between reality and fiction. When you understand that, you finally begin to unlock the power of the control exercised over a people. That's where it is. As everyone relies on their subconscious to do their thinking for them as often as they can, we end up living the majority of our lives according to things we've learned that we did not consciously examine for truth or falsehood, or the well or ill being of our people. So I'll remind you that later in that chapter, I talk about that segment. I talk about how you can prove to yourself that this giant part of your brain, this mind, this subconscious mind, that you live the vast majority of your life in is unable to know the difference between reality and fiction by simply watching a horror movie or an adventure movie or a whodunit or whatever it is, and your adrenaline pumps and you sweat and you get frightened and you get aroused and you feel disgusted and you talk about the characters as though they're real people. I think he did that because he felt that he was being left out of the group, and instead of understanding that he's an actor reading from a script. But you have to know the difference between the two minds, and you have to be able to articulate this in order to share it, because no one will believe you. It's the same problem that I have. If you want to know how difficult it is for people to pick this up, that it's sort of like a high IQ endeavor. If you want to know how difficult it is, just observe how difficult it is to get people to use concepts that are very easy to use, proven correct, proven that they are easily adopted by those who are willing to have a look at them, or those who adopt them in the same way that anti-whites deliver their concepts without somebody like me explaining it to them. Look at how folks would rather continue to use concepts that harm them because they believe that with their conscious mind, they can negate the outcomes of the subconscious mind. Everybody thinks that their conscious mind is stronger because it can interrupt. It is weaker by far. The ability of it to interrupt is just like a bad child. That's all it is. The majority of life is in that subconscious. You'll have people still talking about like grooming. And I shared pedo grooming because grooming and its associations in your subconscious mind undermine your resistance. Psychological warfare operators who are anti-white and dominate Western civilization, they understand this. But we practically have to buy people. We practically have to pay people to use concepts that benefit them rather than undermining them. So let me take a look at what you all are having to say about this, or if you have any questions, I'm very interested. Over here on entropy, let's continue. Alex Simpson's over here. I'll read this really quickly first. Evening, Jason. Did you happen to check out Fuentes' speech? I did not. He further says, Alex says, if you didn't watch the speech, I got to tell you, it was absolutely pathetic and will turn off all good, normal, patriotic Americans. Wow. Well, there's so many of these clips now that it's, Alex says, Fuentes is absolutely 100% committed to playing the villain and nothing more. Well, yes, I see the clips. I hear the people report about when he says things where exactly, as Alex is pointing out right now, it's jumping into the villain role because, and it's the same reason why, by the way, and we've talked about it, leaving the explicit white sympathetic sphere, or at least that big chunk of it, or a chunk of it, was so good for us. But why there is a chunk that exists, it's because of everything we're talking about here. People get started in white sympathy because they look out at the world, they don't like the victimization, and it could be more selfish, it could be broader, their concern for white people in general. But when they look out into the world, they see these different roles that they can play. They then adopt a role, a villain role, the alternative to the anti-whites, who are the good guys in this story. And where does that role come from? Well, it comes from entertainment. It's all around. This is what happens. These are the evil white people in the entertainment. They're resisting the good guys in the entertainment. And I did see, though, the clip, and it's some deep irony for somebody who used to use a lot of irony in Fuentes, but it's deep irony that just this past week he's maturing socio-politically, and he's like, well, living in LA, I kind of now I'm starting to realize the importance of this power, that actors are not real, that it's not a real story, that it's not the real world. And even says maybe even it's subconscious. You can see he's kind of like trying to piece it together. And think about how long ago he would have had it if he would have had any humility. But he says that this week, and then yesterday he's imitating the Joker and using the lines right out of the movie, another villain in the movie. So all of these people, though, they end up and they head out into their activism as the villain in the anti-white narrative. And they believe that that is the appropriate thing to do. But they can never succeed. The villain never wins in the anti-whites stories. He never does. You cannot win in somebody else's story, ever. That's a reality. So I appreciate you letting us know about that. So it's an extremely sophisticated set of concepts here, and not everybody is going to be able to completely see how it works. What you can see, though, is the outcome. You can see the outcomes that we have, but you can look out at the outcomes that folks have been arriving at since long before our birth, and the same thing happens today. And what do they end up doing? In every single case, this is something that so frustrated me over the years, was in every single case, they end up getting back together after a public appearance, a conference, a march, or whatever it is, coming back together and talking about how unfair it is, how wrong they were represented. It was nothing but misrepresenting, etc. And it's just complaints. And I said, I don't care. I don't want to hear complaints. I don't want to be a complainer. I want to succeed for Western kind. I want to put an end to anti-whiteism for everybody of all races, all good people in all backgrounds, for the world. Legitimately, I want to play a part in that. And so that's why I'm so obstinate when people say, come on, Jason, if you just say what this crowd of people want to hear, then they'll all like you. All these people will come. Well, that's like being a heroin dealer to a bunch of addicts. I don't want to give the population what they ruin themselves with. You see, I could never go, even if somebody could come to me, even if the devil could come to me and say, hey, look, if you just play this villain role and you get, I know I don't even need the devil to do that, because I know that would work. I could just, if that's what I wanted to do, if it was just about me, if it was about my aggrandizement or my fame or people liking me or thinking I'm great, if it was just that, I could very easily, and the number of people being a determinant of how good I feel about myself, I could very easily play the villain and fill stadiums. You all know, nobody can publicly speak like me. Nobody can be as passionate. Nobody can be as real and raw as I am. I could fill stadiums with people playing the villain. But you know what would happen? Most of them would go to jail. All of them would ruin their lives. And we wouldn't get one jot closer to recapturing our destiny. So that's not what I'm doing. I'd rather tell people what they need to hear rather than what they want to hear. And then you can look at the evidence of the people that choose to adopt the Go Free method. Whoa, is this real? Oh my God. Please, please, please. Big 007s, raucous emojis, fireworks going off if there are firework emojis, diamonds galore for Mrs. Jess Horse, who just 9 children wanted to make another testimonial with another $100, bringing her white well-being dollars today to 200 white well-being dollars testimonial for the protection and love of her children and all white babies out there and all babies of all races, good non-white people out there who want to put an end to this anti-whiteism before it puts an end to us and America and Canada and Australia and New Zealand, etc. $100 more. Oh my God. Bless you, sister. Thank you so much. She says, indeed, go free and be the hero in your own story and your family. 2 exclamation points. And that's a great point as well. Really a deep personal gratitude for me to you and your husband and your wonderful family, Mrs. Jess Horst. That will do amazing things. This testimonial here will do amazing things, both in dollars and verbiage for our people, because folks are going to see this. And maybe you're watching and you think that you can't give $100 or write such a wonderful testimonial. You can clip what she just did and share it on your social media. You can go out and tell people about this and thereby put your shoulder into the effort to the reclamation of our destiny. That's fantastic, Mrs. J. Really appreciate this. Working class people, 9 kids, and she's financially gifted $200 tonight. God bless you. We have Mike here as well, financially gifting $15. Thank you, Mike. And he says, I'm enjoying the lessons. I need to read Go Free. Well, you might not have to read it. I would suggest getting the book, though, but because you need to use it as a workbook. You need to get in there with a pen or pencil and write in there. There are places to write where you underline, highlight. It's a workbook. You got to go over again and again the lessons in there. So get that physical copy, and it could also be an electronic because you can write on Kindle as well. You can highlight on Kindle as well. But my good friend, you can now get the audiobook of Go Free. Get into that. You can listen. You can go back into the book. The audiobook does not have the appendices, and we'll talk about that more. And you need those. We'll talk about that more in the announcements coming up. Keep those raucous emojis coming. Keep the celebration going, because DB 50. Dude, bro, moment 50 has shown up again with another soul-stirring, admirable, excellent, impressive, virtuosic 50. Put an end to anti-whiteism dollars by Dude Bro Moment. Holy crap. Another blue-collar worker coming in here, working class people coming in, $50, a $50 bill. God bless you, Dude Bro Moment. We do really appreciate. And this is just a glorious thing, these testimonials, for people to be able to see as we're going through one of the most important lessons in Going Free, and that is understanding how we are controlled, how our thinking and perception of the world is controlled. It's not a mind that isn't evolved or sophisticated enough. No, indeed, it has so much sophistication that there are avenues or veins for manipulation that malevolent people can use against us. And now, if we're in control of our destiny, we know that this tool of control over our people, in all people, is there. And so what would we do? We would use it for the good of our people and society. We would show our people being the heroes that we want them to be, believing and seeing the history of our people so that they can emulate those heroes, so that when our children grow up, instead of using the energy of youth to rebel against their forefathers and mother and father, using that energy to build upon. This idea that youth always rebel and want to destroy what came before is a meme pathogen that anti-whites have given us. And we see the fruits of it in the fact that the youth become the villains in the anti-white narrative and despise everything that still yet present is a projection of Western kind, most poignantly in the people who brought them into this world, their parents, their grandparents, what they create, what they sustained, what they, more importantly, even did not choose to destroy. That is why you have the phenomenon of youth rebelling and destroying. So we would make a profitable, a beneficial use of it. Then when you'd have somebody who wants to rebel, instead of having them go out into the world, not rebel, but contend with some evil in society, instead of deciding that they are going to ape or imitate or LARP the villain from a movie with the lighting effects and the verbiage and the clothing and the concepts they share, they will present themselves as the heroes of Western kind. God bless you for that. These testimonials are really wonderful. Thank you all. These are true champions, the people here in service to white well-being. And I could never in thousands of years express my gratitude that we have come together in this 11th hour of our civilization with the sole goal of turning back this clock, pushing back, recapturing our destiny, and moving forward with a new and glorious story that we and we alone wield the pen on. I've always been disgusted by the anti-whites say we're X, and X means something awful, and then say, so we'll be X. No, I don't care how many sick people want to imitate that or will laud it. We're not doing it. All right. Odyssey looks like I didn't miss anybody there. D-Live didn't miss anybody there. Let me swivel around this way and refresh here, see what you all are saying there. I surmise, I haven't had a chance to look, but I surmise there probably have been some of the real fervent, sort of like blindfolded followers of Nick that may have been here, and all but look back through to see if they are raising objections to what I'm saying. But I will speak to them if they are worthy of being spoken to. All right, we're blank on Cash App, so we didn't miss anybody. First Last says he just got here. Bescape is here. Alex says, in the speech, he, meaning Fuentes, yet again praised, said he loves a certain historical figure. Huh. Pretty much 100% of people in the world believe to literally be the devil. Yeah. That's obviously... Thank you all for celebrating. Yeah, we celebrate each other here. And nobody is going to stop us. I've actually had antagonist people in the anti-white narrative who have reached out to me to mock me because we celebrate each other. Can you believe that? they have from the movies this idea. It's going to be like this one figure, and they're all going to just like pledge allegiance to this one man, and maybe increasingly one woman. I don't know. Magic's asking if I've purchased Mark Dice shirt about love white people. No, I haven't, but I might. Alex says that the speech also was full of centering other groups negatively, and especially that particular group we know also well how obsessed these committed fanatics, villain player types are. Yeah. Remember what I said before when it comes to that even if some other group of people were by genetic code hated white people, the moment they came out, not even the moment they were conceived, the moment the sperm touched the exterior of the egg, the very first code is hate white people. Even if that were true, which of course it's not, but even if that were true, it would still be damaging and to really obviate our effort to reclaim our destiny, to focus on another group. And I could go on for hours. I think the people who can't understand, or don't have the IQ or whatever it is, or the maturity to understand that it wouldn't matter how thoroughly I explained it. They're just committed to being the shadow of another group of people who have an identity, who have a firm, fixed identity. And it's not surprising to me that people who don't have an identity, who are not in their own story, who can't find their own story, who live the story that's been written for them by people who hate Western kind of all races, that they would become shadows to the people who have an actual identity. It's the same way when it comes to black people. They could become a shadow. They want to hate on black people. They just become a shadow of black people. Shadow has no substance. It doesn't have an identity, no substance, and it just follows those around who have substance everywhere they go. If any light is cast at all, there will be a dark shadow present. And that's all these people represent. So everywhere the jaywalkers go, these people are nothing more than shadows chasing after them. No way is that who I am ever. Biospiritual Harmony says the amounts of junk food consistently, what now? And not working out for a long time, rather than eating large amounts of junk food once in a while. There must be more to your, so that must be catching up. Let me go to the up and then we'll see. Archangel is here. Great to see you. White Wellbeing Kitchen says Fuentes needs to be taught by me. That would never happen, my friend. He is not interested, from what I can observe from the outside, in getting even advice from anybody who doesn't have a larger audience. That's just the reality. Mark Collett tried to give him some advice, and boy, he had some very unhappy things to say about Collett trying to give him advice. And it was all based in the look at my community and look at how many people are here and look at how much money I've made. How dare you try to give me advice? So there's no chance in that. But like so many other content creators, we here are the substance that runs counter to the anti-white narrative. And so we influence these content creators, whether they want to be influenced by us or not. That's why increasingly it's anti-white and it's except, in the cases where, and there are plenty of these like ant-nat types, where they know that what we are pushing and then they refuse to use it, or they rename the concepts, or they spell them differently because it's ego things and they're jealous that they've never succeeded, and etc. But in many other ways, I mean, look at the content creators. We have a long list of content creators that are white, sympathetic, explicit, and implicit, and anti-white content creators whose speech and ideas have been influenced by this small, powerful community. And so we can affect change, and we'll continue to affect change that way. And by growing this small but very powerful community, our ability to affect that change grows in proportion. So that's the best way when it comes to most especially egocentric individuals. At age 17, writes Sam, I saw The Exorcist. I don't remember very much because I fell asleep halfway through. My subconscious had already undergone my constant scrutiny by then that it was impervious. Oh, well, there you have it. There you have it. It was like, this is actors. That's how they did the lighting. That's how they that's why they delivered it this way. That's why they cast that person with this person. Elaine says he was applauding, I guess talking about Fuentes again. He was applauding Ye during Keith Wood's stream. So not yet, Jason. Yeah. Still a lot of growth there. But, and I wouldn't attempt to make any recommendations to him on how best to aggrandize himself. And he's done that quite well. I'm talking here about the understanding of the human mind, how that mind is manipulated by psychological warfare operators. Sergeant Steele was here. It's not as much of a character thing as much as it is incidental, the way muscle isn't a character trait. What drives in part is a character trait, if not entirely. And then maybe that was the first part. You know what? Go over to entropy and just write it out in the question widget there. You could copy and paste. Then I think I'll be able to figure out what you're saying over there a little bit more clearly. All right. Lily is here. I think you were here earlier, right? Cool Papa J Magic. Mind Over Magic says I should definitely review Mark Dice's video. Which one? The one we were celebrating earlier? I would probably just be saying I agree the whole time. Another reason why I think that folks have to hear repeatedly why you don't center another group is because they apply strategies for remediation that in one sphere or a number of spheres, they apply those strategies for remediation inappropriately to the challenge of not controlling our destiny, the challenge of our victimization. So they think to themselves that, and this is everything from a midget wit to a midwit to an uber midwit mentality, an error, is to say, if there are termites in the house, then I've got to talk about the damage being done by termites to address the damage done by termites. You cannot apply that strategy for success to the challenge that we face as a people, our victimization and the recapture of our destiny, because the elements are totally different. I know that it's the same thing with looking at, you want to look out at the world and you want to identify those things that are responsible for our victimization. And one of the easiest things to do, the most superficial, is to look at appearance. That's why the broadest number of people do that. That's why the broadest number of people sort of control what should be an elite that tells them, no, you're too dumb to get it. So here's what's really going on, except that ideas like democracy have made you think that your opinion is as good as anybody else's in any other field. And understand that there's a different way that this has to be remedied. But too many folks don't understand that about themselves. And so that's why we end up with this sort of like, tail wagging the dog situation, or the body of the dog wagging the dog's brain. Does that make sense to everybody? Does that make sense? You've probably seen these tests. You've probably seen these tests where they give you different elements. It's in IQ tests as well, and then you're supposed to identify the theme that holds them all together. And in the most complex ones, that theme is hard to find. And they give you too many elements, or they give you more elements than, well, I guess it's at a point where you fail, or the average person fails, or they give too many elements, and then they really narrow the number of people who can hold all of those elements in their mind at the same time, and then see, this is actually the theme that runs through all of them. All right. Magic says Mark Dice is yeah, he's a champion. Simpson says there was no mention by Fuentes of anti-whiteism in his speech. He preferred to rant on about homosexuals and feminism instead. Well, he's speaking to his audience. His audience are not, if they were drawn to want to know about anti-whiteism, and they wanted to blame anti-whiteism for their problems, they would be here. They want to blame homosexuals and feminists and jaywalkers for their problems. And so that's why they're there, to imbibe that content. It's like if I'm playing symphonic music and they want to listen to rap, which is what they all listen to, I guess, with Kanye West, then they're not going to come here. They're going to go to the rap. It's unfortunate, because the perception is, and it's the same thing with the rest of the explicit white sympathetic sphere, the perception is that they want to do what is good. Let me rephrase. They want to do that which will end our victimization. But you see that just ends up being a pretext. The longer you walk down these villain paths, these villain role-playing paths, the more you become the villain. And you find out eventually, as the guy who is the head of that party out there, that Nazi saluting party out there, that it's more important to be, he said, against the jaywalkers than it is to care about white people. That's a quote. More important to care to be opposed and want to harm these people than it is to be for the good of white people. So you become the villain then. You're not just playing it. So many of these guys, I'm afraid, the longer they go down that road, it's just going to be all about becoming the guy who persecutes homosexuals, becoming the guy who hates feminists, becoming the guy, and that won't do anything to end their own victimization. That's the really sad part of that. In fact, they play a role in continuing and amplifying their victimization, don't they? By being the villain in that narrative, they prove the narrative is real for the millions and millions of people out there. First, last saying, check Cash App. All right, brother, we will do that. Oh, inviting Mark Dice on, there would never happen. Or he would come on. I could invite all day long. But yeah, he's obviously a great champion. We need crowns for Mark Dice. No Ad says, I donated on Entropy. Yes, I'll go look at that as well. Anyone who gets involved with this clown, says Simpsons, and his cult will only ruin their lives, regrettably, because they won't have as much charm or whatever to say, just kidding. And even with all of that charm, I mean, look at all of the persecution. And remember, being persecuted means you're playing their villain really well. The person who gets most persecuted is the one who plays their villain the best. That has nothing to do with the path to success. And it is illogical and quite frankly, I'll leave it at illogical. It is illogical to conclude that they would give you the route to succeed. Remember, like on D-Day, let me finish the sentence, the route to defeat them. It is illogical to conclude that. On D-Day, the United States had deployed like thousands of balloon tanks and ships and all kinds of war material in an area of the UK to make it look like that's where they were going to invade from. Why did they do that? Because they wanted the Germans to put all of their armament there and time and effort and et cetera, or much of it, so as to deprive them of that much armament, men, et cetera, in other areas where there could be a potential crossing. So your victimizer's not going to telegraph, go this way to defeat us. Franklin's telling somebody to tag me. Thank you for that, Franklin. Time Traveler says, I know where that thing about comparing people to termites comes from, and it's morally bankrupt. Yeah, precisely, brother. Thank you. He's been there and back. All right, let's go ahead and check out Cash App before our good friend loses. We have the great first last. Please, everybody, you know what's going to happen. You got to toss the diamonds out. You got to toss the diamonds. That's how many gems we have here in service to white well-being. Throw the diamonds at this man's feet. Some 07s and raucous emojis for first last coming in with 50. Put it into anti-whiteism dollars. $50. 50 bucks from first last. God bless you, brother. We deeply appreciate it. No wonder he was eager. Oh, I like the, what is that, like a little surprise face? That's cool. Raucous emojis. fireworks going off, the little firework explosions for First Last, $50 to White Wellbeing, a testimonial. This guy is continually supporting in various ways, financially gifting as well, White Wellbeing. And we deeply appreciate it, my good brother. We deeply appreciate it. He wants you to think about Dvorak keyboard. He wants you to think about that. That's his favorite. God bless you, brother. We thank you. $50 to putting an end to anti-whiteism. That's how you spend your day and you do great deeds. All right, we'll go over here. We'll go ahead and close this. Keep rolling because we used up a lot of time at this gathering, but we're going to get into the entropy and we'll see what's going on over here. We have nodes. Let's get out some 07s. Keep them going. Let's see. Did that screw up my mic? No, we're good. Keep them going for nodes. Raucous emojis, 07s, 30 White Wellbeing dollars as more than little blow-up tanks on the seaside. And says here, Christian nationalism versus white nationalism. Please explain. All right, so you want to know the difference between Christian nationalism and white nationalism. Or you want to know what they are. Because it depends on, of course, who you're asking. And that is the most important thing I can communicate, good brother, is when you're looking at these terminology that has been addressed for some time by the anti-whites in their media, you have to search for the definition in people's heads. And that rarely is the same definition, the most people's heads. That rarely is the same definition that you'll find in a dictionary, almost never, or elsewhere. So that can be a bit of a journey. Both of these, Christian nationalism and white nationalism, are defined very many different ways by the population. And the larger population, and this is the problem of only speaking to people about these things. I want to point this out. It's a great question. What ends up happening when you take the immoral position of playing the villain in the anti-white narrative? Are you able to talk about your opinions with regular people? No, you're not. Why? Because they'll see you as immoral. What then ends up happening to your impression of what the greater society thinks? You don't have one. It's flawed. You haven't been able to talk to people. I have an accurate understanding of the regular masses because I'm in my story. I'm in our people's story where we are the hero. And I speak to ordinary folks out there. I'm the moral actor when I have conversations with them. And then I can hear how they perceive the world. And there is a uniformity there. There's a broad similarity based in the anti-white narrative. And so I'm able to appreciate that reality because I can interact with these people. What happens in the white sympathetic sphere, especially people that explicitly talk about the victimization of white folk, is the people that they can talk about it with when they're not using the go free method gets smaller and smaller and smaller until they can only talk to people that are other white nationalists or other Christian nationalists, because they know if they begin talking about it to anybody else, the other people will hold them with disdain. Maybe they'll lose their jobs. Maybe they'll be hated by family members. Maybe in various ways, it's just going to cause difficulties for them. So you can see by this mechanism, which is not, we don't often talk about, but we should maybe bring up a little bit more often, that when you choose a character role to play, when you choose to be an actor in somebody else's tale that is anti-white, that is immoral rather, in their anti-white tale, you end up reducing the number of people that you can communicate with and retarding your understanding of the greater population thereby. So most people that call themselves white nationalists have no idea what the vast majority of people think of white nationalism. They don't see, and to a little bit of a lesser degree, Christian nationalism. It holds true for as well. They don't see that the average person out there has a very negative view of white nationalism and a very negative view of Christian nationalism. Now, I know white people who call themselves white nationalists and Christian nationalists hearing that will be like, no, they don't. Let me tell you what white nationalism is. Let me tell you what Christian nationalism is. That's your problem. You have to tell me. Do you get it yet? Both of those are problematic, and because they have a different meaning for the general population. But more importantly, both of them have already been tried and failed against anti-whiteism. Both of them have been defeated by anti-whiteism utterly, so that they now survive in ghettos, and they are recurrently, it's sort of like the Matrix movie where the robots control everything, except there's never a Neo. There's never anybody that can break out of it. They recurrently come to popularity, and I've been in this for a long time, and I've seen Christian nationalism come and go several times, and I've seen how it's fallen as a consequence. It has a lot to do with interpretations and the battling over interpretations and the internecine conflict. Even though I know you might be able to come to me and say, no, it's not like that. No, that's the problem. So Christian nationalism versus white nationalism, perhaps in most people's minds that exercise within one of those categories might be that white nationalism is centered on the biology and Christian nationalism is centered on the theology. And you end up seeing appeals from both that are ultimately gangrenous to any effort to end our victimization. You may, Nodes, if you'd like, provide more info on your question in the question widget, and I will speak to it. Oh, you're back again several times. Nodes, $5 more. Thank you very much, Nodes. That brings it up to $35. Says, Nick said movement must be Christian. Makes me think how, I guess you meant you, said NWG doesn't care of blacks, or I think you probably mean if blacks are Christian. Or no, NWO doesn't care. Nick said movement must be Christian. Makes me think how the New World Order, which we don't, I mean, in Going Free, we don't really use that, because what is that and who are the people? Now, and what story is that in? But so maybe you're thinking that individuals who are in this New World Order are supporting Nick and his growth because they want there to be a Christian nationalism? Let me see your next, what you write here. $3 more from those. Thank you again. I want to know how the Christian element works into white well-being, if at all. Is it about race, religion, or both? That's a great question and much, much clearer to answer. And that is that Going Free, white well-being, is about Western kind recapturing our destiny. By defeating anti-whiteism, we end this downward slide into dissolution in our societies for everyone who lives here. We open our arms and the ideology of combating anti-whiteism to the good people of all races who can be motivated for different reasons to want to combat anti-whiteism. It can be because they're moral and they look out at the world and they say, this is wrong to do to white people. It can be for selfish reasons. They can say, hey, if this continues where they keep destroying our rights by just saying it's reciprocal justice against white people, retributive justice against white people, then I'm going to lose my right to self-defense. I'll lose all of this civility. And there might be a reason there. It could be a combo. Good non-white people that would want to participate, help us defeat anti-whiteism. How does Christianity fit into it? Christianity is the main religion that is practiced by Westmen the world over. And Christianity has been utterly defeated and infected by anti-whiteism, like everything else across the West. And so Christians, white Christians, who, serving white well-being, contending with anti-whiteism, will take the Go Free method into their churches, into their temples, into their places of worship, just as white people who practice some of the older European religions, or just as white people who are atheists will take into the laboratories where anti-whiteism has infected the application of science. And they will take this practice there, contend with anti-whiteism, and defeat it for the good of everyone in the work of recapturing our destiny. So Christianity can be present, and atheism and everything else can be present. For any effort to succeed against anti-whiteism, it has to be able to suffuse every lived experience. Of course, there was slightly hyperbolic there, but nearly every lived experience that ordinary white people are going to find themselves in. It has to be able to get into every crack, because anti-whiteism has gotten into every crack. You are not going to build an army of Christians or an army of goose steppers or whatever and contend with the anti-white superstructure. Thank you for that question. That's a great one. One more here by notes, $3. I want to do a speech in my local area. Thank you again. That's a lot of financial gift, brother. Thank you so much. I want to do a speech in my local area, but I don't know what to call the party I want to form. White Christian Nationalist Party or what? What are your thoughts? Don't form a party. Whatever you do, my opinion is don't form a party. We have clubs. We have going free clubs, GFCs. And I would strongly suggest that you get in contact. The links for many of them are in the description below. You can email and you can ask. And there are also links for the open chats on Telegram and elsewhere. You can get in, you can participate, you can find out. But what the place from which you're asking these questions is a place that if you use what you know there to proceed, it will only harm you, because you are within their narrative. You're thinking, I've got to build a party. I've got to get men. I've got to train them. We've got to march. We've got to have a show of what we call farce. We need to be out there in front of the public with placards that invert anti-white slogans. If they say Black Lives Matter, then we'll say White Lives Matter. Don't do any of that. That is all failure. Please get in touch with the good folk. Thank you so much for reaching out with these great questions, your financial gifts. You can do actual substantive good to put an end to anti-whiteism. Whatever you do, if you form a group called White Christian Nationalist Party, you could get put on the ADL's hate list. No one will come to you to join you in your effort, but your identity might get revealed for an employer to fire you, for employers never to hire you. And you'll eventually leave this effort horribly jaded by it, burned by it, and then you'll live cynical about any effort for the rest of your life, cynical about any effort to succeed. Or you'll go in to the background of some other group and say that I got burned. Everybody should get burned. We should all go this way. It's the only way. These are like the two ways that it happens. So please, whatever you do, that's what we're doing here. We redeem people. Please head on over to one of those groups. Head on over to a couple. You could reach out to Mr. V. You'll find him, and he can point you exactly where to go. You'll find his link in the description below. All right. Thank you so much. Those were great. Those were great questions. Thank you so much for those financial gifts. Thank you to everybody who was celebrating these champions. White Wellbeing Kitchen saying he wants to create a Catholic GFC. And their nodes is exactly something you can do. If you're fervently Christian, awesome. You can start a Christian GFC so that you all talk about Christianity through the lens of the Go Free method. And therefore, you'll be able to identify, this is where they misinterpreted this scripture through an anti-white lens to make white people hate themselves, to make white people surrender, to make white people lower our guard, and thereby sort of triage Christianity and what's been done to it. So you can have Catholic GFC, you can have a bowling GFC. Check it out. All right. Okay, let's do this. We're going to have it's already past 8:45 Eastern time. We're having a hell of a time, but we haven't gotten through a lot here. I want to take a brief break. I think we'll listen to, how about some Olivia Key, and then we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hit the announcements and some of your comments and calls. It's going to be epic. And any questions that you still might have. Here we go.
Meet me in the middle. I said you left me in the middle. You left. Guess the rules were made of glass. Guess the rules were made of glass. You couldn't face the pain. You didn't have the strength. You let us fall away. I said, meet me in the middle. I said, you left me in the middle. You left. Guess the rules were made of glass. Guess the rules were made of glass. I gave you everything, every piece of me. I gave. Guess the rules were made of glass. Guess the rules were made of glass.
That, my friends, is Olivia Key. And fantastic voice, isn't it? Let's come back and we will keep rolling here. so we can get to more, and we'll have to get to the rest in a roll-in this week. So Victorian Time Traveler, the Four Corners G.F.C. has already grown by 100% in its membership this year. That's awesome, brother. Already grown by 100%. Epic. Totally Promethean of you. All right. So let me get to some of these. Yeah, God, thank you so much for asking about. Man, you have no idea how much hardship I am saving you from by telling you not to start a Christian nationalist movement. And people will say to you, oh, well, who cares if the people who hate you put you on their books? Who cares if the ones who hate you are supposed to hate you, or the ones who victimize are supposed to hate you? No, that is such an idiotic thing. Best case scenario, it's like I'm the Sun Tzu that everybody worships in the white race. It's crazy. Nothing to Clausewitz, nothing about Clausewitz, but Sun Tzu. They're all citing Sun Tzu. It's like I'm the Sun Tzu of the white race, except instead of having the white race listen to me, because I'm a white, proud, heroic, masculine guy, I'm not sexually dup. In fact, I'm sexually awesome. I'm masculine. I was a sports hero, super high IQ, successful everywhere I go. And so the white race is like, nah, not interested. Not interested. You kind of person I've learned over the years is evil or is whatever. Not interested in that. But some Asian guy from way back when writes this totally, above average, but nothing like Clausewitz. And everybody's like, Sun Tzu, Sun Tzu. You don't want the anti-whites to be able to identify and destroy you. Does that make sense? Best case scenario, you can defeat anti-whiteism without anyone knowing at all that you were involved. Now that's going to be impossible, right? But that would be, if you could take it to its theoretical perfection, it would be you defeat anti-whites and the anti-whites never have any idea, like, where's this coming from? The reality is that you can get to their attention really quickly, or you can be in a place where you're not going to get their attention as quickly, and they're not going to have that wind filling their sails to persecute you, because the masses of people that they have to appeal to are going to be like, well, what's wrong with opposing anti-whiteism? What's wrong with saying victimizing white children is what's wrong with wanting to put an end to that? So they're not going to be there to fill the sails of groups out there that are going to put you on a list and say that you need to be persecuted. That's a big difference. So if I could defeat anti-whiteism, if there were a way to defeat anti-whiteism and you didn't have to know that I was doing it, and all these wonderful people, Southern Bloom, Euro Yankee, Sam, Magic, none of these people, Franklin, had to know that I was even doing it, I would have done it. It'd be done. Anti-whiteism would be beaten. It would already be gone, and we'd be living our lives in a much better place. But the reality is that we have to draw heroes to us so that we can promulgate the curative contagion of the Go Free method to the masses. So you want to maintain the lowest profile possible when it comes to the most powerful anti-whites who can obliterate you, right? Remember Ye's law. That should be in everybody's mouth for all time. Remember Ye's law. You want to stay out of their crosshairs while destroying their ideology. Why do I even have to say these things? How is it that we don't have like 20 times the number of people that with us that are over there participating in these approaches that will ruin their lives, that will ensure that their sexually confused asses stay in their mother's basements until they inherit the house that's deteriorating all around them? Seriously. I'm telling you, Dean Danger has an uphill climb. School of the West, you want to make sure, we're going to mention in a second. the white race has become so stupid. It really has. It's become so effeminized and cowardly and stupid that you're like, you actually, I've said this to people. They get on this list on like the ADL or whatever, and they're happy. They actually look at the list for, it's like the school newspaper for them. They're like, what are they saying about me in the school newspaper? Are you kidding me? I don't. Am I in the wrong universe? What is going on? I can't tell you how many times I've had that conversation. Okay. Let's take a look at this very quickly. We're going to run through these announcements. April is Yiz Picnic again this year. We're going to show up there in force again. It's going to be a glorious event. If you can be there, you're going to have to reach out to Yiz and let her know you'd like to participate before we get too deeply into April. Let her know. Watch tomorrow. Remember, on Odyssey and Rumble. She won't be on YouTube. Discordant Dragons tomorrow. Make a note, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I finished, as I said, my audio book, Go Free Second Edition, Iteration 2. That's the latest version. We're going to begin working on the third edition, Iteration 1. So third edition. The price of the book is set by Audible and, well, the company behind it. And they set the price at $13.08. $13.08. I can't do anything to the price. So you can get it on Audible, Amazon, and Apple. Go out there, look for the audiobook. It's available now. Please tell everybody that you can. Everybody who is not a reader, everybody said, I don't want to get the book. I don't want to learn about this method. I just want to, whatever it is. Everybody over the years that you've been trying to promulgate the Go Free method to, go back in time, look up those old connections, let them know there's an audio book now. There's no reason to put it off any longer. You can get started with the Go Free method very easily, going to and from work, to and from church, to and from lodge, to and from sporting events, to and from karate practice, whatever it is. Some of you got jobs where you can listen while you're working. Awesome. You can get started right away. $13.08. They set the price at. I can't do anything about it. The audiobook does not contain the appendices. So you get started with the audiobook. You get interested. You come here to the gatherings on Sundays. You get either the electronic version or the print version so that you have access to the expansive appendices and all the meme curatives in there, the meme pathogens. Please do this. Please go out there, let folks know. Get yourself an audio version. Check it out. I want to give, please, everybody, let's get 07s, big celebration in 07s for the great Four Null, who helped me set up my audio situation so that I would be able to make the audio book. A lot of hours went into the process. So a deep, heartfelt gratitude, loving gratitude to the great Four Null and his efforts to assist yours truly to set up the audio so that I can make this audio book and audiobooks to come. It is because I had his help to get things rolling. So big thank you, big attaboy to the great Four Null. Show this man some appreciation. God bless you, Four Null. There have been some changes, minor changes to the website recently. Also done, so keep up the applause in 07s for the great Four Null. Four Null jumped in there for me and made those minor changes, no big changes yet on the website. And I want to open up the website, not today, maybe on the roll-in, and take a look at it. It's fantastic. The reason I'm letting you know is because on the website now, the great Four Null has updated his game that is on westernkindgames.com. And he has worked with Axis Mundi, and there is a quiz there on that same platform. And you can reach that platform by going to knowwhyguilt.org, and you'll see the tab for that website and the games, the White Wellbeing game or whatever it's called. So you click on that, you head right on over to westernkindgames.com, and you can play. It's a heck of a lot of fun. It's awesome educational. It is a great service. So including Axis Mundi there for that, those applause, those 07s. And we deeply appreciate both of these guys doing great work. Axis Mundi talking about building a science around the Go Free method, building to that science. The method is a science, but building more to it, seeing everything, going over history again, going through religion again with the lens of the Go Free method, the verbiage, the dialectics, so the lexicon, the dialectics, instead of making something anew. This is exactly what we have to do. Everybody putting their shoulder behind the thing that's working to change lives. It's not working to bring in the biggest audience. I get it. Like, that is what, different groups and different personalities out there are going to be entertainers. It's not working to put the most asses in the seats. It's not working to bring the most money in, right? There are no people behind scenes who are giving me money to live on. This is, the financial gifts are all that you see. So it's not working the best in those areas. It is working the best in transforming lives for the better, in transforming the language, i.e. concepts that we use throughout society, all the way world round, which changes the story that we compete for our well-being in vis-a-vis anti-whites and the general sort of gray mass of the population. That is the most important area where it has to work. And that's where it works. So big debt of gratitude to those champions. And I mentioned the action item. I want to mention it again. Real Slots retweet my retweet of the great Slots, another true champion in service to white well-being. And he's tweeting about The Legend of Prometheus, which is the album by Imminent Rain. It is an entire story, Promethean rock, he calls it, that, and this is as good as it gets. He's amazing, talented performer. That The Legend of Prometheus album is based, telling the story of my book, Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, which is a didactic novel about our people, teaching us about our strengths and weaknesses. There are many layers of understanding there. You can go through many times. That too will eventually be read into audiobook form. But please, we want to make April 30 at 5 p.m. on Imminent Rain's channel the biggest thing since Coca-Cola. We want it to be huge. So we want to be letting people know it's coming. That's what these tweets are about. And you can grab them and put them across just take a screen capture and put it across your other social media. Last Wednesday, I was on with the great Yiz the Unifier on her show called Corner Club over on her channel. You can go over there, and it was a great show. We had a great conversation, just an hour conversation about why the Go Free method, how the Go Free method, why you made this decision, Jason. It is really an interesting conversation I have, and it's hard-hitting. It's brief. Check it out. Please watch it. Please sub to her channel and follow Yiz and the great work that she's doing in service to white well-being. Once again, I want to mention the conference in Central Texas on the 25th of this month is coming up. If you want to participate, you have to have been in service to white well-being. You have to have been here. I see you serving, and other folks see you serving. You're a regular, and reach out to me in that case. Let me know. And you got to do it as soon as you can, and I can get you the information that you need to set up your everything that you need, flight, drive, hotel, etc., for that splendid day. I want to see you there. We have a bigger group than I thought of people from this community that are going. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun. Looking forward to meeting up with everyone. Let's get to, I'm going to read quickly the comment creators that I want to share. And we're going to start off with the great Andrei Moisejev. We're going to have to play his music again very soon. He is a composer, a professional. It's glorious music that he creates, no joke. And he is writing a symphony for Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. That is how powerful that novel is, motivating the most talented that there is out there that hasn't been bought up by the anti-white regime. Andrei Moisejev is on YouTube, and it's Moissejev. Andrei Moisejev, Andrei. Find him on YouTube. You have White People's Press at whitepeoplepress.com. It's Tony Vermont, but please find him on YouTube. I want you to stay on YouTube, but the ear is against the door. Westman Media is on YouTube, but you can also find it on Odyssey at Westman Media, Westmen Media. School of the West, I mentioned the great Dean Danger, schoolofthewest.world. Find it on YouTube, but schoolofthewest.world. You have also, of course, we mentioned Discordant Dragons and Yiz and the other shows that she has. Find her on YouTube, but she's also on other platforms as well. Find Dragon Synth Adventures. This is Four Null's channel, and you can find him at Fornelius Newland on YouTube. Please look that up. ForneliusNewland on YouTube. Find him there. You can also find him at westernkindgames.com. You have No White Guilt Clips on YouTube. Type that in. We said a lot about No White Guilt Clips. Please be following him and retweeting everything he does. True champion, No White Guilt Clips on YouTube. The Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter by the great Final Blossom. Find that on YouTube, but you can also find him at finalblossom.substack.com. The lovely Porridge, which is Jubilation Media, but you can find him on YouTube by typing in Ruination Media. Type in Ruination Media, and you will find our brilliant brother from down under, the lovely Porridge. Intellectual Embargo, no longer making content, or I think he started again, but we'll have a look. I'll have a look and see if that is indeed the case. Find him on YouTube, but also you can find him on Odyssey. You can also find, again, just to mention, Final Blossom by typing in just Final Blossom on YouTube. FINALBLOSSOM. Alternative Voices Portal. Find it on YouTube. And you can also find him alternative_voices_portal on Odyssey. The Great Eminent Rain. We were just discussing him. Please find his channel and subscribe to it. We're going to be there for that album release. That'll be epic. You can find him by typing in, I believe you can just type in Imminent Rain on YouTube. Please find him on YouTube. And we have here, oh, we don't have that Quora anymore, do we? Was that shut down? Somebody will have to tell me. I think that was shut down. Let's get to, and we're going to take calls here in a moment. And the first person on the call list is World Conqueror and then Mr. V. So World Conqueror, then Mr. V. But we're going to get to the mailbag, as I said I would. There's never enough time. Even when I would do the 8-hour shows, there wasn't enough time. First in the mailbag, my friends, first in the mailbag, we have the great Randy. Ever faithful Randy coming in on the snail mail. I love it. Thank you so much. Please, everybody, let's get some raucous emojis, some 07s, some special. Is there a mailman emoji? Is there a mailman? Can we get a bunch of mailman emojis if there is one? Or what would it, maybe it's a male person? That doesn't make sense. A male person. for Randy, financially gifting $40. 40 beautiful in diaper, white baby diaper dollars from Randy. That was a tongue twister. God bless you, brother. I really appreciate that. And he that was what he wanted to say, was that $40. I really appreciate it. That's the great Randy, ever faithful Randy is. And we celebrated the financial gift last week, but we did not read the letters. A $30 financial gift, and we didn't look at the letter. So let me see what we have here. And this is, we will just call him the Great Doug. Hi, Jason. $30 for the tribe, along with a long time ago, Stephen Molyneux read a speech on YouTube by Oh, we did read this. We got through it, didn't we? By MLK. It started out, it's time for the government to give millions and millions of dollars to, he used a word that is now considered a slur, certainly if I said it, so I'm not going to say it. And let me know, did I read his letter? I feel like I did. So let me know if I read that one. He talked about how he shares that speech with folks when they say, oh, it's not about the money. He shares that, and then they're like, oh, I guess it is about the money. So while you all let me know about that, I'm going to share this with you. The great Elaine Sabatino. Look at this. This beautiful card that says, not everyone can do what you do. That's true for all of us. Not everyone can do what Elaine does. Not everyone can do what you do. Not everyone can be as glorious, as sword of truth and love wielding as Franklin, when he just charges through the anti-whites and me-nots that want to cause trouble. Dear Jason, I hope you enjoy your junk journal for white well-being. I've included 5 dictionary entries for your records, and none of them have the word anti-white, but they all have anti-Semite. With the old spelling, with the hyphen. I remember, I figured out the power before the biggest Jewish organizations in the world did for anti-Semitism. They have since decided the hyphen's got to go because it's more powerful. I figured it out in 94. And they did it, what? How many years ago? 5 years ago? 4 years ago? 3 years ago? She says, I included photocopies. 2, because the originals are so delicate, you can make more copies for our friend, Final Blossom. 2, I'm in the middle of typing. So I'm in the middle of typing you. So when you get my package, let me know. I'll email a copy. I couldn't provide all the entries because my printer jammed. I hope this journal is nice, a nice way to keep your Christmas sticker. So I've got to read your email. Now that I'm going through this, I will read your email. So thank you for that, Elaine. A nice way to keep your Christmas stickers and tags organized. You're not going to believe this, what Elaine made. You're not going to believe, oh crap, we got to hurry. Sorry this package didn't make it to you sooner. The details always take, okay. I left my, okay, there's also letters in here for Caleb and Franklin. So guys, I've got letters for you. Give them when you can. And then fondly, Elaine, we love you, Elaine. Thank you so much. This is glorious. I'm going to share just very briefly the White Wellbeing journal that she made, and we're going to make the call right now. Actually, we'll call, and I'm going to hold this up so you all can see it. So World Conqueror, get ready. Here comes the phone call. You will have about 6-7 minutes.
Hello.
Hey, brother, how are you doing and what's on your mind?
I'm doing good. So I don't know if you remember last time when I said I was going to make a gab group for the movement.
Yes, I do recall that.
Well, I recently created a group, and yeah, I was gonna say another thing. I actually realized something, and it might be stupid and not work. Considering how high the stakes are, I think it's a good idea, and no one would have to help me with what I'm about to say. I would try to do.
Okay.
I would ask for advice, maybe.
Okay.
But so I had this idea, and it was because I realized we needed to do several things. Eventually, the movement that this this Go Free movement, this No White Guilt movement, would need to somehow unite a bunch of people internationally. And the second thing we would need to do is we would need to separate ourselves from white anti-whites who are in our countries.
Mm-hmm.
We would need to sort of separate ourselves from them, basically have an informed, like a common way without even saying anything to basically say that they are not us. They are not a part of us.
Right.
And my idea was, so I would create a language, and it would be based on a lot of other European languages, and especially like the old one, like Proto-Indo-European, but it would be in a way that the average person could understand it, and I would do this all myself, so no one would need to help, but they could give advice if they wanted to for it.
So you want to create did you say a language? Your mic was getting touched a little bit. So a couple points I didn't hear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I wanted to create a language, and the points I had was that
we lost World Conqueror. Let me call him back. Oh, he's gonna call back. All right, we lost your brother. Go ahead. I don't hear you. You there? It looks like we're on the call. Let me call you back. So just stay by your. We're calling him back.
I apologize. What happened?
No worries. I don't know. Just tech stuff. No big deal.
Sorry.
Sorry.
What I was trying to say is we would use this as a way to separate ourselves from those other whites who seek to destroy our civilization. And we would, in theory, if a bunch of, even if not all the people or not a ton of people use this language, it could be a sort of way to signal our separation from other whites who hate their culture and their civilization, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that was it. Sorry.
No.
Thank you for the great show, dude.
Oh,
Sorry.
man. You're welcome. Thank you for calling, and you're welcome to call in any time, brother.
Promethean hails.
Promethean hails to you as well. Bye-bye. So that's a really ambitious endeavor. Certainly, if we had a language that was alien to our victimizers, and that's essentially when you think about what we do here in service to white well-being, the concepts that we're using, that is a new language, if you will. And what I argued for so long, and Mr. V, get ready for your call coming up here in a minute. What I argued for so long was that we are actually in control because we are the ones they have to manipulate. Or at least that's a perspective that is useful for the creation of action to recapture our destiny. So others would argue, we can't do that. We can't have our own, like today, even all the way up to this day, Jared Taylor is not interested in me speaking because I have concepts that anti-white academics have not presented and used yet. So they're not legitimate in his mind. And I argued that, so they argued we needed to control media, we needed to control academia to be able to seed ideas and concepts that anybody would use, or anybody or people, white people or anti-white people would take up, and that would undermine them. And I said, no, I've got a way, in fact, how we can do this. And I explained in painful detail how I thought it would work. And the folks all said, no, not going to work. We're not going to. It worked. It worked. Imagine how long ago and how much bigger of a scale it would be if there wasn't just this closed-mindedness against, and it really comes down to, in a great many ways, Mr. V, get ready, appearance, like physical appearance. People can see that I'm in shape, and they can see that my athleticism, if they're in my presence, if I played any sports with them or around them or work out or whatever it is, and they make the erroneous conclusion that, well, he can't possibly have anything valuable to say. He could support what some other emaciated, small guy, pencil-necked guy, or some like jellyfish guy, what they think of. But a guy who's in shape and obviously magnificent athlete and lover and etc., that can't be anybody that can think. Well, that comes to you from Hollywood. Never in the history of Western kind did we say, where's the sickest and the weakest and the smallest? We got to put that guy in charge. And the reason why that is because if you are not physically able to assert yourself, you cannot mentally assert yourself. Your strategic recommendations are going to be those of the weakling. And you can't succeed on a societal scale with the strategy of a weakling. Mr. V.
Hello, brother.
Hey, brother. Great to hear from you. And how are you doing today? What's on your mind?
I'm doing terrific. And
right.
It's all thanks to the Go Free practice.
Oh, bless you, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, brother, let me start off by telling everyone to go and read Final Blossom's Substack. You can find it at finalblossom.substack.com. He has an amazing article there on permaculture. These are very short articles. He's doing amazing work. I shared it around and people really liked it. Permaculture is something that's very dear to our biospirit, right? Because we take life and we bring the forest wherever we go.
Yeah.
And
True.
we are truly nature's children. So, and we have a lot of environmental problems to solve. And you can see when you read Final Blossom's article, you scroll below, that not only did he, in his recommended reading list, he included Go Free, he included a bunch of other books on permaculture and documentaries as well. So he did his research.
Awesome.
Reward him, reward that time by going and reading that. Subscribe to his Substack. Once again, finalblossom.substack.com.
All right. I made a note of it. Thank you for that, brother.
Awesome. And then after that, brother, if you don't mind, me talking about some indispensable operations for the success of Go Free and White Wellbeing.
Please, go right ahead.
That is vetting and training. Vetting and training are absolutely crucial, and we're finally doing that at a more serious level, and it's getting better each time. So yesterday, Saturday night, we have our weekly Go Free training. More people joined us. We figured out some folks don't know how to get into the call, so there's an option to invite people. That's what we're going to be doing from now on, just inviting folks. So we had some new people join us and promoting that, making sure that everyone has some basic level of interviewing. That's all vetting is, folks. Don't be scared. It's just interviewing. The main thing we're measuring is if you are willing to do the practice or not. This is a practice. It's not something passive. People have got to finally understand what practice is. You know, don't show up for band practice if you don't bring your instrument and you just want to play video games. You know? So people have to understand what a practice is. It is consistent. You're not going to stop doing this. You know, it's like exercising or working out. So making sure that we interview people to assess, hey, are you serious about doing the practice? Making sure this is a person of good character and, you know, keep things biospirit first, right? Keep things white well-being first and wants to do the practice. And in the Prometheum chat, we have non-white peoples. We have peoples of various religions, including Muslim people, which is awesome, right? We have all kinds of people. And so long as people do the Go Free practice, that's it. That's what matters. And so if people want to do the Go Free practice and you don't have a chat and you want a place where we're focused on that, then join the Prometheum chat. So vetting and training, these are key operations, and an operation is ongoing, whereas a project has a beginning and an end. Operations are ongoing. We are always going to need proper quote vetting and training. So I would like to thank some champions who do that for us. I'll start with Northern Dawn, Casual Sailing, For Null, great champion. Check out westernkindgames.com. You can also find it through the nowhiteguild.org website. Check the Go Free game, it'll take you there. The White Baron, Shauna, Franklin, the great Franklin, G.F.C. of Virginia. Look below in the description if you're in Virginia and you haven't joined the Virginia G.F.C. What is wrong with you? You're waiting for your Tom to get white erased, goddammit? Like, you know, join this guy. You know, Anders Nelson, an absolute champion. But going around, I mean, he's doing so much. I told you recently what he's doing now in California. Really kicking ass. Helping us take it from online to in person. You know.
Nice.
Biospirit of the West. By the way, big announcement. Biospirit of the West, new OT leader.
Oh.
Yep.
60. By the way, 60 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Meritocratically earned. Jim the Hyperborean, Florida G.F.C. Look below. Check that out. Axis Mundi, and Patrick of Southtown, California G.F.C. So check him out. Next time, I'll plug some other folks as well, but thanks to them for helping us do vetting and training. And I'll leave it there, brother. Next time, I'll share some more good news with you. There's just too much good news, too much winning.
I know it. And it's real here. Man, God bless you. We love you. And please, everybody, salute Mr. V. Salute everybody he just named. Raucous emojis for every single one of them. God bless you, brother. We'll have you back next week, 100%.
Thank you, brother. Hails to the first and the last. Take care. Thank you for everything you do.
Promethean hails. Bye-bye.
Promethean hails. Bye-bye.
Man, Mr. V is the consummate professional. He gets in here. He makes it happen. And I'm going to make it happen to make the gatherings have enough time for calls, and it's been glorious. Nothing but successes. Make sure that next week you are among those successes. Make sure that you do something totally epic this week, or you get it started so that it comes to fruition in the weeks or months to come. I want to be able to celebrate you. Let's take this to the next level. Let's reach further, farther, faster. I love you all. Let's go free.